Chapter 707. Xin Tianwen revealed a light smile. Suddenly, a burst of ruthless murderous intentions shot from his brows. He looked at the direction of the Qin clan, aspiring throne mountain. If he did not drive the Qin clan out of the aspiring throne mountain, the heavenly emperor seat would not be secure. Luo Tongtian rubbed his fists as if the blood in his entire body was boiling. He asked with joy, "Your Majesty, when do you plan to make a move?" Xin Tianwen said lightly, "Within 3 days. Within 3 days." At first, everyone was stunned. Then, they revealed a look of ecstasy. Within 3 days, it was great. Even if the Qin clan acquired the Supreme Dao fruit, they could forget about becoming Supreme Dao elite warriors within 3 days. The Supreme Dao fruit was not an ordinary spiritual fruit. Without 1 or 2 years, how could they refine it? After refining it, they must integrate it and stabilize the Supreme Dao stage. From beginning to end, they would not succeed without 5 or 7 years. "Tianchen, you speak." The Heavenly Emperor shot a glance at Xin Tianchen. Xin Tianchen nodded with a smile. "Everyone, we plan to set up a Hongmen banquet and gather the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates to gather at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. We will congratulate the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates for achieving good results at the Illusion Heavenly Lake. We will also ask the Qin clan to bring the Supreme Dao fruit and let all sects share it. By that time, at the banquet, we will bring up the old grudges and accuse the Qin clan of violating the 3 rules set by the Heavenly Emperor. Everyone will rise up and attack. During the banquet, we will kill all Qin clansmen that participate. Then, we will gather the other sects and attack the Qin clan together." Yang Guinan laughed. "This move is called luring the snake out of its hole. Good strategy. This way, we will catch the Qin clan off guard and certainly we can take them down. However, what if the Qin clan sees through this strategy and does not come?" Lei Yu asked. "Not coming." Xin Tianchen laughed. "It's better if they don't come. It means they have a guilty conscience and do not respect the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. They will have more excuses to send a punitive expedition against them." Everyone roared with laughter. Indeed, such a plan was foolproof. Xin Tianchen narrowed his eyes into a line as he said coldly, "Everyone, you have already seen the monstrous talent of that Qin Wushuang. This child was the trial champion. If he was allowed to continue growing at this speed, it would be incredible. Therefore, His Majesty promised that after the Supreme Dao fruit is obtained, whoever kills Qin Wushuang will be rewarded with a Supreme Dao fruit." Everyone was overjoyed, especially Luo Tongtian, whose eyes were shining. "Kill Qin Wushuang? Receive the Supreme Dao fruit as a reward?" Luo Tongtian swore to himself that he must kill Qin Wushuang and obtain this Supreme Dao fruit. Only by acquiring the Supreme Dao fruit and having another elite warrior of the Supreme Dao emerge from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would truly be qualified to stand side by side with the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Only then would they be qualified to reside at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, the Heavenly Emperor Gate will send out the Heavenly Emperor Assembly. Xin Tianchen announced, "All 3 of you go back and prepare. Gather all elite warriors from your sects and wait for orders. Although the punitive expedition will be under the name of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, the main force will be ours. The other forces would definitely not put in any effort. Especially the Yun clan, it would be a problem whether they would step out or not. Remember, everything must be done in secret. Before this, we must not reveal any flaws. Dare to not make a move. The next target will be them." Lei Yiming hooted. The Heavenly Emperor glared with his eyes and shot out a burst of cold lights. Lei Yu immediately berated him, "Second, do not speak nonsense." Lei Yiming smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to speak a word. They dismissed on the spot and returned to prepare for the mobilization of troops. After those 5 left, Xin Tianchen said to the Heavenly Emperor with a smile, "Your Majesty, it's almost ready. When will you contact the Xian Yuan clan?" Xin Tianwen said lightly, "I have my own plans. Tianchen, for the trip to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, your leadership has failed. This time, it's your chance to redeem yourself. Tianwu, Tianzhong, you must assist Tianchen. Since you are making a move, you must do it cleanly and efficiently. You must not give the Qin clan the chance to turn things around. Yes, Your Majesty. We will certainly surround the Qin clan and make it impossible for them to escape. Xin Tianwen revealed an indifferent smile. The Qin clan is an ancient inheritance. It's extremely difficult to cut the weeds and pull out the roots. You will make a list of the most dangerous figures in the Qin clan. As long as these key figures are executed, even if the other wandering soldiers escape, they will not pose much of a threat. Of course, if we can kill them all, it would be the best. However, we must not miss those important figures. For the key figures, Your Majesty, can you make it clear? Xin Tianchen asked. Are the 3 great chiefs considered key figures? And those 12 great honored warriors? Some of the elders and core disciples, especially Qin Taichong and that Qin Wushuang, are they considered key figures? Xin Tianchen said with an apologetic smile, that Qin Wushuang must be the key figure among the key figures. There are also a few other core disciples, you must keep a close eye on them. Xin Tianwen said coldly, the younger generation of disciples, the stronger their plasticity will be when they escape. They will also have greater troubles in the future. On the contrary, the old guys do not have much plasticity. They will only be that at most. Yes, Qin Wushuang, Qin Taichong, Qin Jining, and Qin Shaohong must all die. Xin Tianchen said viciously. You can use the information and draft this yourself. I will take a trip to the Totem clan. Xin Tianwen floated out the door. In a moment, he arrived at a secret place inside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was the core of the Xian Yuan Mound, the Xian Yuan Secret Territory. This Xian Yuan Secret Territory was the habitat of the Xian Yuan clan and the most mysterious place in the entire Xian Yuan Mound. Xin Tianwen did not dare to neglect as he chanted a few spells. With a pull of his hand, a divine talisman transformed into nothingness and shot into the sky. In a moment, it disappeared without a trace. In a moment, a faintly discernible voice emerged from the Xian Yuan Secret Territory. Xin Tianwen, what are you doing here? I am here to pay my respects to the totem god. Come in. With a flash, Xin Tianwen's figure disappeared in the sky. In the next moment, inside the secret territory, a winding stone path led to the front leisurely. Among a cluster of dense bamboo forest, a corner of a building revealed itself. It was a few simple and elegant courtyards. Xin Tianwen's figure walked on that little path. When he arrived before the door of that courtyard, he stopped before the firewood door. Tianwen pays his respects to Sir Wei. Xin Tianwen bowed from a distance outside the door. Inside this courtyard, a thick and sturdy giant man dressed in ordinary cotton clothes appeared. At first glance, he appeared to be a thick and sturdy farmer. With his thick hands and feet, he was chopping firewood with an axe. However, if one were to look closely, one would feel that this person seemed to be a person from a painting. This courtyard, this bamboo forest, and everything else in the surroundings were just an ink painting. The law of nature was to merge with nature. The ultimate source of the heavenly law was to be nature. Without a doubt, this farmer-like person pursued the artistic conception of the law of nature. Anyways, Xin Tianwen, you would not have come to the temple for no reason. Today, why have you come here to disturb my peaceful training? That Sir Wei was called Xian Yuan Wei. He was one of the top 3 genuine supreme Dao elite warriors of the Xian Yuan clan. At the Xian Yuan Mound, he held a revered position. Sir Wei, for the trip to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, did Sir Ba come to report to you? Xin Tianwen asked probingly. Xian Yuan Wei twisted his brow and said lightly, I am no longer interested in the matters of the outside world. What about the Illusion Heavenly Lake? Sir Wei, I heard that initially Golden Cicada of the Illusion Heavenly Lake came to the Xian Yuan Mound to challenge Sir Yang. He was defeated by Sir Yang and suffered severe injuries, but did not die. However, Sir Wei intercepted and killed Golden Cicada and was banished to this place for thousands of years. Xin Tianwen also gathered his courage to speak as his heart thumped. Indeed, anger flashed across the eyes of the Xian Yuan Mound. A burst of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept towards Xin Tianwen directly. Xin Tianwen only felt his entire body tremble as if he was cramping. Instantly, he twitched. Sir Wei, please listen to me. I never meant to offend you. Please listen to me. Despite being the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, before this Sir Wei, Xin Tianwen was like an ant. He did not have any leeway to resist. Xin Tianwen, if you cannot tell me the reason, even if you are the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, today I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Xian Yuan Wei's expression was awe-inspiring without being angry. He did not speak these words viciously, yet the power contained beneath his tone made Xin Tianwen feel waves of lingering fear. Yes, yes. Xin Tianwen tidied his clothes and said carefully, indeed, I don't have any ill intentions, I just want to confirm those guesses. It's because I know that the graceful spiritual bow used by Golden Cicada has reappeared in the world. The graceful spiritual bow has reappeared in the world. Xian Yuan Wei's gaze turned cold as he shot out cold lights. He fixed his gaze at Xin Tianwen. Are you speaking the truth? Definitely. Xin Tianwen vowed solemnly. Upon hearing the name of the graceful spiritual bow, Xian Yuan Wei's attitude towards Xin Tianwen had clearly eased up. However, the viciousness in his eyes had become even more intense. He pressed his hands tightly against each other as his bones emitted crackling sounds. Like an enraged lion, this Xian Yuan Wei's eyes were completely red. After a while, he turned around and said, Xin Tianwen, are you sure? Do you have any conclusive information? Xin Tianwen immediately said, initially, I only suspected it. Since the graceful spiritual bow has a great background, I did not dare to make a conclusion. However, as the situation kept changing, until the trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake, I am truly sure that person is holding the graceful spiritual bow. Who is it? Xian Yuan Wei said with a cold sneer. It's a young disciple of the Qin clan. At less than 30 years old, he is almost at the edge of the supreme Tao stage. He also killed people above his level as if he was picking up grass. He was using a divine bow of unknown origin. In the beginning, I did not suspect the graceful spiritual bow. Until the trip to the illusion Heavenly Lake, according to the information, that Qin Wushuang made it to the 10th Ordeal Island. Just when everyone thought he would die for sure, he rode the 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast and left the island. That 1,000-feeler cloud-chasing beast is the spiritual beast sealed by Golden Cicada. Without Golden Cicada lifting the seal, it could not have left the island. Therefore, I suspect that Qin Wushuang has certainly inherited Golden Cicada's graceful spiritual bow. Xian Yuan Wei's expression was incredibly unsightly. The corner of his mouth twitched lightly and his face appeared extremely malevolent. A burst of rich murderous intentions rapidly expanded from his entire body. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 708. Golden Cicada. Ha, Golden Cicada. Suddenly, Xian Yuan Wei roared with laughter. Even for Golden Cicada, didn't he die in a foreign land? Just a kid from a non-totem powerhouse, what can he accomplish? Xin Tianwen, you did not come to me just to talk about this, right? When Xin Tianwen saw Xian Yuan Wei's arrogant attitude, although he was somewhat anxious inwardly, he gathered his courage to say, Sir Wei, for a mere kid from the Qin clan, of course there is no need for you to step out. I will do it myself. This Qin clan does not respect the orders of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, I also plan to conquer them. Now, I have the excuse and reason to conquer them. However, I am afraid that Mr. Ba will speak for the Qin clan. Therefore, I am still somewhat hesitant. Xian Yuan Wei was not an idiot as he gave a cold sneer. So, you came to beg me? Xin Tianwen bowed. If it were not for you stepping out, it would not have helped if I had asked others. Xian Yuan Wei roared with laughter. You do know how to talk. However, since you are able to tell me about the graceful spiritual bow, it's clear that you are smart. That's right, initially I was the one who advocated to kill Golden Cicada and I was the one who carried it out. Only, people of the illusion Heavenly Lake did not have evidence and complained to Brother Yang a few times. In the end, Brother Yang had no choice but to banish me from the Xian Yuan clan. In fact, he was just putting on a show. Of course, Xin Tianwen knew the tricks within this matter. He also knew the position of this Shen Yuan Wei at the Shen Yuan clan. He knew that besides Shen Yuan Yang, the head chief, he was one of the 2 or 3 people with the highest position. Compared to Shen Yuan Wei, Shen Yuan Ba was far inferior. As long as Shen Yuan Wei was willing to promise to take care of all matters, even if they were to conquer the Qin clan without any justification, they would be fine in the end. Speak, what do you want me to do? Shen Yuan Wei asked lightly. In fact, it's perfectly justifiable for us to conquer the Qin clan. Only, in case Mr. Ba asks, we cannot refute with our lowly position. I only need you to take care of us, I will be endlessly grateful. Yes, this is a trivial matter. However, if you seize the graceful spiritual bow, you must give it to me. Shen Yuan Wei only had this request. Of course, for this bow, how could I dare to take it for myself? Xin Tianwen laughed happily. He knew that at this point, he had basically succeeded. Shen Yuan Wei thought of something else. He raised his thick eyebrows and said, of course, if you fail. Then you will have to bear the consequences. Xin Tianwen laughed confidently. Please rest assured, Sir Wei. Since I plan to make a move, certainly I have a chance to win. Or else, how could I dare to boast? However, Shen Yuan Wei did not agree. Don't underestimate the Qin clan. Although they are incomparable to the totem powerhouses, the Qin and Yun clan are both ancient inheritances and have a profound foundation. Unless the totem clan stepped out, it would be a fool's dream to take down the Qin clan easily. You have to be prepared for a long battle. I know. Therefore, when I step out, I must mobilize all the sects of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, Xin Tianwen said with a smile. Take care of yourself. Remember, do not look down on the Qin clan. When Shen Yuan Wei said this, he raised the axe and chopped at a giant tree stump. With a cracking sound, it split into 2 halves directly. Shen Yuan Wei said with an indifferent smile, do you feel that the power of my axe is this weak? It is even less than an ordinary farmer. Xin Tianwen could not understand the profoundness within this. He laughed and said, I am stupid and cannot see the depth. I would not dare to speak nonsense. For sure there must be a deeper meaning for you to chop the firewood. Shen Yuan Wei roared with laughter. All right, indeed you do not understand. Go. When Xin Tianwen received Shen Yuan Wei's promise, he was perfectly satisfied. He bowed to the ground. I will take my leave. Ha ha, boss, you didn't expect it, right? You have entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, I have also entered it, ha ha ha. Bao Bao's voice emerged from the mountain valley. And Senior Lone, in the end you are 1 step behind me. Now, you are at the perfect void martial stage. Boss, you are the chosen one, only I can follow your footsteps closely. Bao Bao's tone was incredibly proud. Once again, these 3 brothers gathered together. They were all incredibly happy. In less than a year, unexpectedly, training at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had allowed Bao Bao and Lone's strength to increase tremendously. Boss, this time you have made such great contributions for the Qin clan, your ancestor Qin you can return to the Sacrificial Valley, right? Ha ha, in this case, your father can also come to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. And you and senior sister Mu Rong's marriage can also be arranged. Bao Bao had thought it through thoroughly. Qin Wushuang laughed. For this matter, we must ask the chief. By the way, Bao Bao, how are the preparations for your monkey clan to move back to the Shen Yuan Mound? Bao Bao laughed. Boss, I am just waiting for the Qin clan to prosper. If the Qin clan becomes the next Heavenly Emperor Gate, the monkey clan will prosper. Boss, by that time, you can't not take care of us, right? Bao Bao, you are getting better at talking nonsense, how can I not take care of you? Lone leaned over and scolded him with a laugh. Bao Bao scratched his head and chuckled. Boss, go accompany senior sister Mu Rong. Ever since Lord Mu Rong broke into the Supreme Dao stage, senior sister Mu Rong was also pulled away for special training. Ha ha, Lord Mu Rong is also worried that senior sister Mu Rong's strength cannot keep up with your pace. Qin Wushuang did not mind. Since they were already a family, there was no need to compete in terms of strength. Bao Bao, This time I plan to stay for a few days. When Shua comes out of solitary training, I will take you guys to a fun place. When Bao Bao heard about a fun place, he was instantly overjoyed. Then, he guessed something. Boss, are you taking us to that mountain cave? Yes. Bao Bao was radiant with joy. Good, last time at this loop of the Shen Yuan Mound, we were trapped under the raging flame cliff and did not follow your pace. For the next loop, you must not leave us behind. Right. Senior Lone. Initially, the purple flame electric beast was a spiritual beast of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation. He had never been friendly to the owner of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation. He twitched his mouth. I don't mind, but if boss wants me to go, of course I will go. Haha, boss, where is the next loop? Bao Bao asked while blinking his eyes. The endless Eastern Sea. Qin Wushuang did not hide it. Instantly, Bao Bao's eyes lit up. The endless Eastern Sea is the heaven for us beast clans. Ha, the endless Eastern Sea and the heavenly fire southern border are the two places I yearn for the most. Senior Lone, could it be that you are scared when you hear the name of the endless Eastern Sea? The purple flame electric beast said with an unfriendly tone, do you think I am the same as you, little kid? While they were talking, suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted from the valley ahead. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly as he said in a low voice, okay, it's the presence of Lord Mu Rong, Shua must have come out of solitary training. He initiated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and dashed towards the direction of that valley. Bao Bao immediately chased after him. Boss, you are truly putting your lover before your friend. However, Lone said, you don't admit it even though I said you are a little kid. It's just that absence makes the heart grow fonder, alright? In the valley, Murong Shu walked out of the valley with graceful steps. Suddenly, she saw a figure plunging down from the sky. A beautiful arc cut across the sky and appeared incomparably elegant. When she looked closely, she realized it was her lover that she had yearned for day and night. Inwardly, she was overjoyed at the turn of events. Brother Qin, you are finally back. Qin Wushuang dropped down from the cloud and welcomed her with a smile. He hugged Murong Shu into his arms and said, Shu it's me, I am back. Murong Shu's entire body went limp. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the wonderful encounter. Inwardly, she only felt that nothing was more wonderful than this moment in life. Hundreds of days and nights of yearning had been exchanged for a sudden reunion. Naturally, such joy was indescribable. Murong Shu was only intoxicated for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered something and said in a low voice, Brother Qin, my father is behind us. Qin Wushuang laughed and let go. Your father is my future father-in-law, what are you afraid of? When he looked around, he saw Murong Chenji standing in the distance with a smile. He stood with his hands behind his back as if he was looking at the scenery around him. He did not even look in their direction. Qin Wushuang knew that this father-in-law was considerate. He laughed and pulled Murong Shu's hand. Shu come with me to meet your father. When they walked before Murong Chenji, it was Murong Chenji who spoke first. Ha, Wushuang, after not seeing you for a year, your strength has increased again. Congratulations, you are already at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Lord Mu Rong has advanced to the supreme Dao stage, this is even more great news. Qin Wushuang laughed. Murong Chenji said half-jokingly, a moment ago someone seemed to be mumbling something about father-in-law, how come you changed the way you addressed me? Qin Wushuang chuckled. Murong Shu's tender face blushed as she said angrily, Father, don't make fun of us. Murong Chenji roared with laughter. Yes, I forgot that my daughter also has a shy side. By the way, Wushuang, recently I have been accompanying Shu in solitary training and don't know about the outside world. How did you guys gain from this trip? Bao Bao, who was on the side, immediately picked up and said with smiles of exultation, Senior Mu Rong, this time my boss is truly famous. During the Illusion Heavenly Lake Ordeal competition, he suppressed all the young talents of the Tian Shen land and became the champion. He was rewarded with 2 supreme Dao fruits. Bao Bao, don't talk nonsense. The young talents of the Totem clan did not participate and allowed me to have the foundation to win the championship. Or else, how could I have the chance to win? Bao Bao laughed. The young people of the Totem Clan all have elite warriors of the Supreme Tao stage. It's not fair for them to participate. Of course, in the future, Boss will be on par with the Totem disciples. Bao Bao firmly believes that Boss can do it. By the way, Senior Mu Rong, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, Xin Wuji, was killed by our boss when he clamored with our boss. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor? Mu Rong Qianji was completely stunned. He had seen Xin Wuji's divine skills and power. Initially, when the floating snow house was proposing marriage, Xin Wuji was in charge of supervising. Even Mu Rong Qianji felt somewhat inferior to Xin Wuji's methods and power. He had, at this moment, Mu Rong Qianji was shocked inwardly. Inwardly, he felt that indeed, the person his daughter had married was extraordinary. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to explain, suddenly, the communication jade plate sent a message. When he immediately activated it, Qin Chongyang had sent an urgent order. Wushuang, return to the upright morality hall quickly, we have urgent matters to discuss. Qin Wushuang did not dare to neglect as he immediately explained the reason. After bidding farewell to Mu Rong Qianji and Mu Rong Shu, he flew towards the upright morality hall. P.S. The Great War is about to start, but the monthly votes have stopped burning. I realized that for something like monthly votes, it's impossible to get without asking for them. If everyone has them, vote for me. The double vote is about to end, it would be a waste if you don't vote. The 6th place in the classification is my goal. Currently, the soaring of Galaxia is going well. It would not be right if the monthly votes were to decline. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the burning flames of war. Please give me the monthly votes and let me work hard. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 709. When they arrived at the upright morality hall, half of the Qin clan from the chief to the core disciples were already there. A small half of them had also arrived. Junior brother Wushuang, this way. Qin Taichung's straightforward voice sounded. Although the current atmosphere was solemn, it caused Qin Taichung's straightforward voice to be somewhat abrupt. However, these two were the most popular people of the Qin clan. Recently, they had made great contributions to the Qin clan. Naturally, no one felt it was too abrupt. Senior brother Taichung, what happened? Qin Wushuang asked in a low voice. I don't know either, I came as soon as I received the notice. However, it does not seem to be a small matter. Qin Taichung was used to major situations and knew some clues. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive. After the arrival of the two chiefs, Qin Chongyang revealed his usual scholarly and dignified expression. As for second sect leader Qin Yunran, he was actually more serious than usual. Qin Chongyang did not beat around the bush as he said straightforwardly, everyone, this time I have called you here urgently because I have important matters to discuss. Upon hearing the tone of the chief, everyone felt apprehensive inwardly. They fixed their gaze at Qin Chongyang. The Heavenly Emperor Gate just issued a heavenly gathering order and asked the Qin clan to bring the supreme Tao fruit. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the Heavenly Emperor Gate to participate in the celebratory feast. Let the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates see the supreme Tao fruit together. There is no good feast. Qin Yunran gave a long sigh. Everyone felt apprehensive. The Qin clan had just seized the supreme Tao fruit. For the Heavenly Emperor Gate to make such a move, their intentions were punishable. With the usual relationship between the Heavenly Emperor Gate and the Qin clan, how could they hold some celebratory feast for the Qin clan? As long as one was not stupid, they would know that the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not have good intentions. Honored warrior Jisong was the first one to cry out, two chiefs, even I know about this matter. The Heavenly Emperor Gate will not be good. I think most likely they want to target our supreme Tao fruit. That's right, for the supreme Tao fruit, besides the totem powerhouses, ordinary sects, even the Heavenly Emperor Gate would not encounter it in a few hundred years. Certainly they do not have good intentions. Second chief, let's refuse. Qin Wushuang had a bad premonition inwardly. It was certain that the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not have good intentions. In particular, the Heavenly Emperor Gate's trick was very sinister. He had only informed the Qin family today about the celebration banquet tomorrow and did not give them any time to prepare. It could be said that he had caught the Qin family off guard. However, Qin Taichong muttered and cursed, "What is this Heavenly Emperor Gate doing?" Qin Wushuang raised his head and asked, "Chief, has the Heavenly Emperor Gate appointed anyone to go? Our sect leader will definitely be asked to attend such an occasion. Moreover, they also specified that we must bring our great heroes, which is Wushuang and Taichong." Qin Wushuang frowned. The Heavenly Monarch Gate has ulterior motive. Sect Master, this is a trap set by the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Qin Chongyang raised his eyebrow and revealed a surprised expression. "Wushuang, tell me. The Heavenly Emperor Gate scheme can be said to be a conspiracy, but it can also be said to be an open conspiracy. If they were sincere about holding a banquet for us, they definitely wouldn't have informed us only today. In my opinion, they only informed us now to catch us off guard. Without any time to prepare, we will fall into their trap in a hurry. If I've guessed correctly, certainly tomorrow's trip will be a trap. The celebration is fake, but they are going to suppress us." Suppress us? Qin Taichong was somewhat confused. Didn't they already use this move at the Karakoram Immortal Clan? Wouldn't they find it old-fashioned to use it again? At the Karakoram Immortal Clan, all totem powerhouses are present. Additionally, for some unknown reason, that divine white tiger suddenly went against his words. However, now that we have returned to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, this is the territory of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Here, they have the absolute right to speak and can influence public opinion. The reason that could be refuted at that time may not be refuted at this time. Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran nodded with gratification. For such possibility, they had already discussed before coming here. Inwardly, they also believed this way. It was rare for Qin Wushuang to be so young and to be able to analyze it so thoroughly. It seems that this young man did have the potential to be nurtured. Qin Taichong gave a muffled sneer. In this case, we should not go at all. Or else, if we walk into their trap directly, wouldn't we be walking right into their trap? Qin Wushuang shook his head dispiritedly. If we do not go, the Heavenly Emperor Gate will also have an explanation. Firstly, they can say that we have a guilty conscience. Secondly, they will frame us with the crime of not obeying the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. By that time, when the other 7 sects of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain join hands to suppress the Qin clan, it will be an even bigger problem. As soon as these words were spoken, the complexion of everyone in the Qin clan changed drastically. Clearly, through the words of Qin Wushuang, everyone felt this matter was not impossible. With the Heavenly Emperor Gate's vigilance to the Qin clan, they could do it 100%. Not to mention, now that the Qin clan had acquired the Supreme Dao Fruit, the Heavenly Emperor Gate would be even more jealous. For the Supreme Dao Fruit, the Heavenly Emperor Gate would do it. Honored warrior Ji Song swore, "Darn that Qin clan, this way, we are not rats in the bellows. Regardless of where we go, there will be a lot of trouble. If we go, it's a trap. If we don't go, we will give them something to talk about." Everyone felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on their hearts as they felt incredibly depressed. All of them looked at the 2 great chiefs for clearly, they wanted to see their answers. Qin Chongyang said with a low voice, "Everyone, regardless of how we deal with it, I will repeat it again. In the next 3 to 5 years, the Qin clan will be in an incredibly difficult situation. Everyone must be prepared for a tough battle. Perhaps, this move from the Heavenly Emperor Gate will be the start of the Great War. Let's fight. Humph humph, what is the Qin clan? In terms of foundation, they are not even worthy to carry the shoes of the Qin clan. Yes, we are not afraid of them. In the worst case, let's fight." For the people of the Qin clan, regardless of their age, they all had a backbone. Especially to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they had a form of unwillingness to submit to the rule. It would have been all right if the Yun clan was in charge of the Heavenly Emperor seat. The Qin and Yun clan were all old sects. They respected each other and did not have much to say. However, the Qin clan just happened to run into great luck when the Qin and Yun clan were at their lowest point. Deep in their bones, The disciples of the Qin clan had a form of rebellious mentality towards the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Especially when the Heavenly Emperor Gate bullied them intolerably, it had stimulated their intention to resist. The Qin clan was not the totem clan, why should they be afraid of them? Qin Chongyang intended to nurture Qin Wushuang as he asked again, "Wushuang, what do you think?" Qin Wushuang said, "With the Qin clan this way, I am afraid a great war is unavoidable. For the Qin clan, what we need to do now is to strive to face fewer enemies. We must not give the Qin clan an excuse to entangle the other 6 sects to deal with us together. To put it bluntly, the powerhouses that are at odds with the Qin clan are the Qin clan, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, the Sound of Thunder sect, and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect that is on the verge of collapse. Certainly the other powerhouses will not want to wallow in the mire with the Qin clan. After all, if they attack the Qin clan today, most likely they will attack them tomorrow. Yes, now the problem is, how to strive to prevent the other neutral sects from getting involved." Qin Chongyang blinked his eyes and tested Qin Wushuang again. "We must go, and it must be someone who can control the scene, someone who can come and go as they please. This person must be the head chief. With the despicable nature of the Qin clan, if the rest of us go, certainly we will be surrounded and attacked by them. By that time, we will suffer heavy losses and be in a state of chaos. It will cause our deployment to be completely out of order." Qin Wushuang said eloquently, "If it's just the head chief going, I am afraid it will not work. It's because the Heavenly Emperor Gate has appointed me and senior brother Taichong. Therefore, I am willing to go with the head chief." "You are going?" Qin Chongyang had a trace of doubt. "I am the person involved. If I don't go, the Qin clan will also accuse us of having a guilty conscience. Only I will go and confront them face to face. Only then can I dispel the doubts of the other neutral sects. Plus with the power of the head chief, I will intimidate them. Even if the other sects are forced to send out troops, certainly they will not exert themselves. This is crucial to the Qin clan." Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran exchanged a glance, for they were incredibly satisfied. Besides the fact that Qin Wushuang was going, for the other issues, these 2 chiefs had the same opinion as Qin Wushuang. They also felt that only the head sect master would be able to deal with that kind of situation. Sweeping across the entire scene, Qin Chongyang asked with an indifferent tone, "Everyone, do you have a better idea?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Even Ji Huai, who never liked Qin Wushuang, must admit that Qin Wushuang's idea was indeed the most appropriate and the only choice. Vividly, Qin Wushuang's position at the Qin clan had risen with the tide and reached a height on par with many honored warriors. Like a spring, Qin Yunran sprung up from his seat and shouted, everyone get ready. Starting from tomorrow, the aspiring Throne Mountain will implement martial law and enter a state of preparation for war. All defenses will be activated at each stronghold pass. For those disciples that are outside, those that can make it back tonight will all do so. Those that cannot make it back will all hide in different branches. The seniors of each house will be in charge of counting and notifying them. Whether the Qin clan will rise again or fall, it will depend on this battle. Qin Chongyang also encouraged them, everyone, the tens and thousands of years of inheritance and glory of the Qin clan will depend on our performance in this battle. Perhaps many of us will pay the price with our lives in this battle. However, the rise of a sect is always driven by the lives and blood of many of our clansmen. Since fate and fortune have given you and me this responsibility, for this battle, let us give it our all. We will fight to the death to defend the Qin clan. We will fight to the death. Now, all disciples of the Qin clan had the same expression. It was solemn and stirring, yet there was a form of indescribable determination. The tens and thousands of years of inheritance had given them no reason to shirk their responsibility. The Qin clan was worthy for everyone to entrust their lives to. It was worthy for everyone to lay down their heads and shed their blood for them. For the great battle of the Qin clan, the chief means to not get involved with the floating snow house for now to avoid accidental injuries. Alright, I will listen to Big Brother Qin. Murongshu nodded and rolled her beautiful eyes as she looked at Qin Wushuang with determination. I will wait for you at the aspiring throne mountain. Early in the morning, Qin Wushuang was already waiting at the entrance of the upright morality hall. Qin Xiaotian, the head chief of the Qin clan, had come out of solitary training ahead of time and arrived swiftly. This was also Qin Wushuang's first time seeing this legendary head chief. Initially, he thought that the head chief with an aged voice must be an elder with an immortal temperament. With one look, he realized that he had purely misunderstood. This head chief Qin Xiaotian had an abnormally tall figure. With a pair of eagle eyes and an aquiline nose, he appeared even more astonishing. His entire person gave off a form of explosive temperament that made it difficult for a group of juniors to breathe normally. It's an honor to meet you, head chief. Haha, good, everyone go in. Qin Xiaotian walked into the upright morality hall in large strides like a dragon or a tiger. He swept across the front of everyone with an indifferent gaze. Qin Xiaotian revealed a light smile and spoke, that's right, after 200 years of solitary training, many new faces have emerged and many old faces have been lost. This is good, when 1,000 coffins are carried out, their family is prosperous. Our Qin clan has stayed at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for tens and thousands of years. We have encountered countless bumps, wind and rain. Didn't the Qin clan make it through even more terrifying disasters? In order to protect the name of the Qin clan, the ancestors of the Qin clan sent thousands and thousands of heroic spirits to sleep at the sacrificial valley. Now, it's in our hands. How could we bear to see the foundation of the Qin clan collapse? If the blood of the Qin clan is still warm in your bones, if your blood is still boiling, throw away all concerns and fight. The words of the head chief did not deliberately embellish the atmosphere. However, it caused each person to feel strangely gripped. Again, the blood in their entire body boiled. Qin Xiaotian did not speak much as he stopped to look at the other two chiefs. Yunran, Chongyang, you will be in charge of the aspiring throne mountain. I will take Qin Wushuang there. Let's see if this dragon's pool and tiger's den can keep me here. After he had finished speaking, Qin Xiaotian fixed his gaze on Qin Wushuang and asked leisurely, Little one, are you scared? Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. Since Wushuang stepped onto the path of martial arts, I have experienced more than 10 life and death situations. I don't know what fear is. I see the little Shin clan as grass. Why should I be scared of him? Good. Haha, no wonder you are the ordeal champion. Qin Xiaotian laughed. Did you all hear that? Qin Wushuang, a young man of 20 years old, is still this calm and composed. Don't lose to him. Head chief, please rest assured. I wish you a great victory. Qin Xiaotian laughed and set up a ball of cloud to lift Qin Wushuang up lightly. Let's go. Supported by this cloud, Qin Wushuang flew out of the upright morality hall directly. Like an arrow, he shot towards the southeast direction like a rainbow. His speed was as fast as a shooting star chasing after the moon. After an hour, Qin Xiaotian opened his eyes wide and said in a low voice, Let's go down, we are here. Before the divine palace of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, suddenly Shin Tianqian's gaze moved as he revealed a look of ecstasy. As he looked at the people coming from the sky, he knew that people of the Qin clan had arrived. Inwardly, he was incredibly proud. Good, today I will not let you leave. As the cloud dropped and the mist gathered, Qin Wushuang walked out. Next to him, Qin Wushuang shot an indifferent glance at Shin Tianqian and a trace of a cold sneer hung from the corner of his mouth. Such meaningful look made Shin Tianqian feel shocked inwardly. When he looked at Qin Xiaotian again, he felt he looked familiar. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the head chief of the Qin clan? Where's brother Tianwen? Qin Xiaotian shot an indifferent glance at Shin Tianqian. The light of ridicule from his eyes was clearly saying that Shin Tianqian was not qualified to welcome him here. Ha ha, the Heavenly Emperor is already waiting inside the Divine Palace. Head Chief Qin, please, Wushuang, let's go in. There is no good banquet, you must experience it well. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiaotian was startled. Shin Tianqian's heart skipped a beat. Vividly, he felt something was wrong. Qin Wushuang did not conceal his ridicule at all as he smiled lightly at Shin Tianqian. Chief Tianqian, I trust you have been well since we last met. Although Xin Tianchen was full of smiles, inwardly he thought viciously, Kid, I will let you be arrogant for a while. In a moment, I will make you cry without tears. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates were all in place. Qin Xiaotian found the seat of the Qin clan and sat down boldly. He called to Qin Wushuang and said, Wushuang, sit. The Heavenly Emperor 8 gates included the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, the Qin clan, the Yun clan, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, the Sound of Thunder sect, the Thousand Feather sect, the Mysterious Reform Gate, and the 100 Lane clan. Qin Xiaotian let out a cold sneer and glanced across the faces of the leaders of the other sects. He twitched the corner of his mouth and mumbled to himself, after a few hundred years, it seems there are some new faces. Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen laughed in high and vigorous spirits. Brother Xiaotian, I didn't expect that you would step out, it's rare. I thought that you would not step into my Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, ha ha ha. Qin Xiaotian said lightly, Brother Tianwen, it's rare for you to think about the Qin clan and hold a celebratory feast for us. If I don't come, wouldn't I be letting down your efforts? No one at the scene was an idiot as they could sense a trace of strangeness. Apart from the people who were involved in this scheme, everyone else had similar thoughts. They didn't want to get involved, so they didn't want to be implicated and get into trouble. Indeed, Qin Xiaotian stepping out was a chess piece they had never thought of. This made everyone at the Heavenly Emperor Gate feel somewhat at a loss. Xin Tianwen remained calm and collected. All right, Brother Xiaotian, today I called everyone here for one reason, to see the charm of the Supreme Tao Fruit. Secondly, there are some matters that I must ask everyone to consider together. Qin Xiaotian was rather straightforward. Supreme Tao Fruit. I must say, Your Majesty, you informed us too late. The day Yunran and the others returned, the Supreme Tao Fruit was given to those honored warriors who worked hard. The 3 Supreme Tao Fruits have already been distributed. I am afraid they are already refining them. It's too late for everyone to see. Xin Tianwen's complexion changed slightly. It was distributed this quickly? He felt it was not believable, yet he could not find any flaws. He gave a slight sneer. That's not right. According to my information, this time the Qin clan acquired 5 Supreme Tao Fruits. Even if 3 were distributed, there should be 2 left. Qin Xiaotian said with an indifferent tone, Certainly I know the most about my own matters. Additionally, even if there were 5, they would have been distributed. The Supreme Tao Fruit will never be enough. How could there be more? Xin Tianwen was rendered speechless by Qin Xiaotian's words. Inwardly, he became annoyed. Anger kept scuttling up as he said coldly, This way, everyone will not see the Supreme Tao Fruit today. If Your Majesty has the Supreme Tao Fruit, why don't you take it out and broaden our horizons? I heard that Xin Wuji of your sect seized 2 Supreme Tao Fruits and escaped back to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with a fake death technique. If the rumor is true, Your Majesty should have 2 Supreme Tao Fruits. Qin Wushuang could not refrain from being amused by the accusation. The words of this head chief were sharp. Turning the tables and gaining the initiative by striking first, such style was what Qin Wushuang lacked. He would not take a beating passively, but take the initiative to attack. Under the passive situation, he would grasp all the initiative. Xin Tianwen revealed an ashen complexion as he said angrily, Qin Xiaotian, are you sincerely making a false countercharge? Anyways, since you mentioned this matter, I am going to settle a score with the Qin clan. Tian Chen, you speak. A trace of pride flashed across Xin Tianchen's eyes. He stood at the front and said with a clear voice, Everyone, initially before heading to the illusion Heavenly Lake, the Heavenly Emperor summoned all sects and made a 3-point agreement. Does everyone remember this matter? Yes, 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 yes. Of course we will not forget this matter. Some people agreed, while others remained silent. Xin Tianchen said again, however, this Qin clan went against the Heavenly Emperor's order. Before they arrived at the Karakoram Immortal clan, they made a move on their own people. Xin Wuji of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Yang Qian Sui of the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and Lei Hong of the Sound of Thunder sect were all plotted against by this Qin Wushuang. Everyone, tell me, This Qin clan openly challenged the authority of the Heavenly Emperor and killed people of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. What crime should they commit? It's here, the true face of the Shin clan was finally torn apart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 711. Qin Xiaotian was strangely calm. He only listened with a cold sneer as if he was listening to something unrelated to his family. His expression was indifferent. That's right, it's outrageous for the Qin clan to be this tyrannical. My heavenly punishing villa will be the first to not tolerate them. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for the heavenly punishing villa. Yang Guinan walked out and knelt down on one knee at the Heavenly Emperor. My Sound of Thunder sect also asks for your Majesty to uphold justice. Lei Yiming was not to be outdone. Xin Tianchen glared at the Qin clan with a cold gaze. Qin Wushuang, on that day at the 10,000 Flower Valley, in order to seize that supreme Dao fruit, you attacked fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. There were countless witnesses. That day at the Karakoram Immortal Clan, you relied on someone to testify for you and escaped a calamity. Today, I want to see how you will deny it. Qin Xiaotian gave a cold sneer and ignored Xin Tianchen's pretentious actions. Instead, he looked at Xin Tianwen leisurely and asked with an indifferent tone, Your Majesty, for all these years, your Xin clan has held back. When you saw the Qin clan acquired a few supreme Dao fruits, you could not hold back your anger. I am afraid it's a sore point for you to make a move against the Qin clan, right? If you want to make a move, why do you need to find so many reasons to stir up those cold rice? What is the strength of Qin Wushuang? When he departed, he was about the perfect void martial stage. What is Xin Wuji's strength? He is the number one beneath the supreme Dao stage. Not to mention Xin Wuji has other followers. With Qin Wushuang's power, how could he kill 4 or 5 of them? Are you insulting the intelligence of everyone at the scene? Wushuang, speak, Qin Xiaotian shouted. Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile and walked forward with ease. Initially, I already explained this matter clearly at the Karakoram Immortal Clan. It's beneath my dignity to speak a second time. However, since your Majesty wants to hear it, I will state it again. Yang Qiansui, Lei Yihong, and that Xin Wuwang were swallowed by the divine beast. Xin Wuji chased after me and was killed by my counterattack. This is true. In terms of violating the agreement, it's Xin Wuji and not me, Qin Wushuang. Of course, since your Majesty gathered all these people to question the Qin clan, of course you relied on your ability to influence the public opinion of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even if the Qin clan had tongues all over our bodies, I am afraid we would not be able to understand this principle. Qin Xiaotian let out a long laugh and said with an imposing manner, Your Majesty, regardless of how the Qin clan acts, we dare to take responsibility for our actions. Since Xin Wuji was killed by Wushuang, it would not matter if he admitted it. If you want to use other people's death to frame the Qin clan and splash dirty water on us, the Qin clan would not be afraid. Justice is in everyone's heart. Xin Tianwen said with a cold sneer, You too are rather eloquent. Regardless of whether you admit it or not, don't even think about leaving the matter at that. Everyone, per the rules of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, those who do not respect the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, the entire sect will attack you. Everyone, since you are not on the same side as the Qin clan, of course you will not be bewitched by them. How should we deal with today's matter? Xin Tianwen asked with dignity. His aura was activated, suppressing the other neutral sects. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect seized the opportunity to jeer, the Qin clan should be executed. If the Qin clan is not taken out, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain will never have a peaceful day. Your Majesty, please give the order. The 4 Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect all stood up. They formed a horned formation and surrounded Qin Xiaotian. The leaders of the other sects looked at each other in dismay. For the Yun clan, Yun Xuechen shot a meaningful glance at the people of the Xin clan. He stood up lightly and said, Your Majesty, Head Chief Qin, this is an old grudge between your sects, the Yun clan does not want to get involved. Regardless of which party, don't think about dragging the Yun clan into the water. Whoever forces the Yun clan into the water, most likely the Yun clan will join the other side in a fit of anger. Therefore, the Yun clan is neutral. As soon as Yun Shuechen spoke, the mysterious Reform Gate, the 100 Lane clan, and the 1,000 Feather sect all expressed their stance. Yes, we are neutral. Your Majesty, we did not see the truth with our own eyes, so we would not dare to make a judgment. Please allow the mysterious Reform Gate to be neutral. Your Majesty, the 100 Lane clan has always kept ourselves clean and honest. We do not wish to get involved with those boring quarrels. We are also neutral. The 1,000 Feather sect is also neutral. If the Yun clan had not taken the lead to call for neutrality, most likely those three powerhouses would not have dared to call for neutrality. However, since the Yun clan had called for neutrality, they could follow suit and call for neutrality. After all, since the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not dare to force the Yun clan, naturally they could not force them. Or else, if these three sects had joined hands and turned to the Qin clan, it would be disadvantageous to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Even if they did not turn to the Qin clan and united next to the Yun clan, the four sects could definitely embarrass the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Therefore, now they had the capital to be neutral. Qin Xiaotian roared with laughter. Xin Tianwen, you have overestimated the rallying power of your Xin clan. Xin Tianwen shouted, activate the defenses of the Divine Palace. All unrelated people, stay where you are. Or else, do not blame the defenses for injuring you. Qin Xiaotian roared with laughter. Suddenly, he urged his body and transformed into bursts of after-images. As fast as a ghost, he rolled up a tornado-like imposing manner to wrap Qin Wushuang to escape outside. He gave a long whistle. Xin Tianwen, if you are going to make a move, I will wait for you at the aspiring throne mountain. While he spoke, he already dashed to the entrance of the Divine Palace. At this moment, a burst of golden light covered the entrance of the Divine Palace all of a sudden. It pressed down Qin Xiaotian's figure. Boom! When this golden light pressed down, it crushed Qin Xiaotian into pieces. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Qin Xiaotian's long whistle emerged again. Bursts of illusory figures kept flashing in the sky as if the wind was sweeping away the clouds. Bursts of magical shadows made it seem as if thousands and tens of thousands of Qin Xiaotian were dancing in the Divine Palace. Suddenly, Qin Xiaotian gave a loud shout and grabbed with his palm. A long spear spat out a poisonous tongue like lightning and shot directly at the golden light at the entrance. Open! Although that golden light was tyrannical, when urged by this lightning, instantly a gap was opened. With a roll, Qin Xiaotian's figure already floated outside the door. Qin Wushuang only felt his entire body relaxed as he was sent out a few miles by Qin Xiaotian. Wushuang, go back first. Qin Wushuang urged the purple cloud yin-yang wings and urged his aura abruptly. With the graceful spiritual bow in his hand, he laughed. Head Chief, Wushuang will fight the enemy side by side with you. The shooting sun arrows emitted dazzling golden lights and he already narked the graceful spiritual bow. Instantly, Qin Wushuang urged the supreme Tao presence from his entire body to the extreme without limit. Although this supreme Tao presence did not come from his own cultivation, but from the baptism of the divine light, as soon as he urged this power, it actually made the graceful spiritual bow cry endlessly. It was as if this supreme Tao presence was a natural match with the graceful spiritual bow and the shooting sun arrows as it emitted a monstrous resonance. Instantly, Qin Wushuang's power seemed to have increased by 100 times as he locked his gaze on a supreme Tao elite warrior that dashed out of the door. That was Lei Yiming of the Sound of Thunder sect. Shoot him to death. Inside Qin Wushuang's heart, a domineering voice kept roaring. It was as if a demon sleeping in Qin Wushuang's heart had awakened Qin Wushuang's boundless killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. At this very moment, Qin Wushuang actually had an extremely paranoid thought, which was to shoot that Lei Yiming to death with one arrow. This intense thought drove Qin Wushuang's eyes to turn red. He urged the purple cloud yin-yang wings and flew back like a rainbow piercing the sun. The graceful spiritual bow and his body had combined to a perfect degree. In the process of flying, He narked the bow and shot the arrow. This was the first time Qin Wushuang used the graceful spiritual bow and the shooting sun arrows together. It was also the first time the shooting sun arrows met the graceful spiritual bow after thousands of years. The powerful ancient presence caused the power of the graceful spiritual bow to increase by 1,000 times in an instant. It was as if an enraged ancient divine beast was wreaking havoc and savagery. Whoosh! The shooting sun arrows transformed into golden lights that filled the sky. Like a meteor falling from the sky, they shot towards the direction of Lei Yiming with an unparalleled speed. The golden lights transformed into a beautiful arch bridge that filled the sky. Boom! Almost unstoppable and uncontrollable, the golden lights crashed before Lei Yiming. Initially, Lei Yiming did not put Qin Wushuang in his eyes. He only wanted to capture Qin Wushuang and bring him to justice. Unexpectedly, when this golden light shot out, it contained such a powerful attack. It was incomparable to the rumors. Oh no! An ominous thought flashed across Lei Yiming's mind. At the same time, the pupils of Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen also shrunk rapidly. The graceful spiritual bow, that was right. However, the graceful spiritual bow had the original shooting sun arrows? This was not in the information. Didn't they say that the shooting sun arrows were already acquired by the Xian Yuan clan? What was going on? Xin Tianwen's mind was filled with questions. Just when he was about to shout at Lei Yiming to retreat, a golden light flashed across his eyes. In the blink of an eye, as the golden lights shot out, it penetrated Lei Yiming's chest directly. The supreme Dao armor emitted a miserable cracking sound. With a cracking sound, the shooting sun arrows penetrated through it. With the tyrannical power of the shooting sun arrows, as soon as it pierced through the supreme Dao armor, naturally it hit the vital part in the dantian. Boom! Instantly, his body exploded into pieces. Lei Yiming gave a miserable cry. His divine soul scuttled and wanted to escape from his body. Unexpectedly, the shooting sun arrows possessed endless power. Since ancient times, they had killed countless Supreme Dao elite warriors. They were greedy for the divine souls of Supreme Dao elite warriors. Without stopping, the remaining power followed the direction of the divine soul and hit it with a loud bang. As the golden lights exploded, the divine soul had nowhere to escape and was directly shot by the shooting sun arrows. Lei Yiming's divine soul let out a miserable cry. Roar! Within 1,000 miles of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, this miserable cry echoed in waves. The divine soul collapsed and exploded. Lei Yiming was dead. Qin Wushuang made a move with the graceful spiritual bow. Like a spiritual beast, the shooting sun arrows flew back spiritually and fell into Qin Wushuang's hands. This attack also damaged the shooting sun arrow's vitality greatly and exhausted its spiritual power. Lying quietly in Qin Wushuang's hands, the light flashed and dimmed. It was extremely strange. Qin Wushuang knew that this shooting sun arrows was also a spiritual object and needed time to recover. Second brother, Lei Yu cried out in pain. With red eyes, he wanted to come over and kill Qin Wushuang. Lei Yiming and Yang Guinan were only at the 4th or 5th calamity of the coagulate Supreme Dao stage. They were inferior to Qin Chongyang. Plus Qin Wushuang's arrow was extremely sudden and Lei Yiming had underestimated the enemy. He had attracted this fatal disaster. However, Lei Yu was not ordinary. He was a transformation Supreme Dao elite warrior. He urged his aura and went to kill Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang congealed his spirit and planned to exchange blows with Xin Tianwen. When he saw Lei Yu dashing towards Qin Wushuang, he transformed into a meteoric light and blocked Lei Yu's charging path. With a cold sneer, he gave a slap. At the same time, he flicked his left sleeve and shouted at Qin Wushuang, "Go!" Involuntarily, Qin Wushuang was swept by this supreme Dao astral wind. The purple cloud yin-yang wings sped towards the direction of the aspiring throne mountain. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 7:12. In fact, Qin Xiaotian's slap was an empty one. His intention was clear, he wanted to force Lei Yu to retreat. To take revenge for Lei Yiming, Lei Yu almost went crazy. When he got hit by Qin Xiaotian's power all of a sudden, instantly he felt as if he was in a vast ocean. His entire body seemed to get rolled into a strange and powerful whirlpool as he could not move forward or backward. Xin Tianwen saw the opportunity quickly as he dashed forward and flicked his sleeve rapidly. The flowing cloud swept to crash into Qin Xiaotian's whirlpool of airflow. Suddenly, Lei Yu's body shot out and scuttled out from a gap between the two bursts of airflow. When he looked again, Qin Wushuang was already far away and only an almost invisible black dot remained. With Lei Yu's power at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, he could only see a black dot. It meant that this Qin Wushuang had walked far away. Qin Xiaotian was confident and at ease. Moving alone, he raised his hand casually and a burst of dragon-like imposing mana gushed out. Winding and spiraling in the sky, it rolled towards Xin Tianwen. He gave a long whistle. Xin Tianwen, today you have more people. I will wait for you at the aspiring throne mountain. For one-on-one, I will keep you company at any time. For a group fight, since you have more people, I will not keep you company. After he finished speaking, he gave a long whistle and his figure already escaped far away like a ghost. The long howls were like landslides and tsunamis, continuous and incessant. For the personal grudge between the Xin clan and the Qin clan, if anyone dares to step out forcefully and threaten the foundation of the Qin clan, I will kill them all. I, Qin Xiaotian, will definitely exterminate his entire clan. I'm not lying. Threatening and intimidating, these were the effects that Qin Xiaotian wanted. Qin Xiaotian also knew that the situation was difficult, yet he always maintained a domineering attitude. Plus, with the tens and thousands of years of inheritance and prestige of the Qin clan, it would be enough to intimidate others to a certain extent. Indeed, Qin Xiaotian's last words made those neutral powerhouses surge with emotions. Secretly, they all made up their minds to not get dragged down by the Xin clan. Expressionless, Xin Tianwen emitted divine lights from his body. Like a celestial god, he stood in the high sky and glared at Qin Xiaotian's departing figure coldly. Inwardly, he felt a perilous situation. Xin Tianwen thought that after he passed the 9th calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, he could sweep away the Qin clan when he was at the genuine Supreme Dao stage. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few hundred years, Qin Xiaotian had actually also broken through the 9 tribulation. He also had the cultivation of the true Supreme Dao stage. Indeed, this Qin clan was a centipede that would not fall down even after death. Even though it was at its lowest point, it still had such a strong vitality. If he were to sit and wait for the Qin clan to grow, how could the Xin clan have a place among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Everyone surrounded him and crawled before Xin Tianwen's feet. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for the Sound of Thunder sect. Lei Yu gritted his teeth and murderous intentions filled his eyes. At this moment, his hatred towards the Qin clan had reached the extent of penetrating his bones. The death of a deity realm powerhouse, this was an enormous blow to any sect, an irreparable loss. Return to the Divine Palace first. Xin Tianwen waved his hand and instructed with a stern expression. When they returned to the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, Xin Tianwen's Heavenly Emperor aura did not disappear in the end. On the contrary, it showed signs of intensifying. Those neutral sects were also on tenterhooks. Besides the Yun clan that was rather calm, the other sects were worried about personal gains and losses. They were worried that the Xin clan would forcefully invite them into the trap. Initially, they had made up their minds to not participate. However, before the Heavenly Emperor's aura, they were afraid of losing their position. Once they got involved in this quarrel, it would be fine if they destroyed the Qin clan. In case they did not destroy the Qin clan and allowed the Qin clan to regain their senses, they would not have an easy time. Clearly, the words spoken by Qin Xiaotian before he left were not empty words to threaten them. Besides the Yun clan, for an elite warrior that could fight against the Heavenly Emperor, the other 3 neutral sects truly did not have the capital to resist. Xin Tianwen's gaze was swift and fierce like a sharp blade. The sharp edge of the blade scraped across everyone's face. Everyone has already seen the rebellion of the Qin clan with your own eyes. The situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain will either collapse or walk out of the predicament. Everyone, being one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, you have enjoyed the best territory and the best resources. At this moment, it's time for you to exert your strength. Whoever slacks off, you will end your own life at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Such a big hat. The implied meaning was clear. Would you dare to not go? If you did not go, you would be slacking off and ending your own life at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as Shin Tianwen spoke these words, besides the Yun clan, the complexion of the other 3 neutral sects darkened. Their hearts were pounding. Shin Tianwen fixed his gaze at Yun Xuechen of the Yun clan and asked with an indifferent tone, "Chief Xuechen, does your Yun clan truly plan to play wise and protect yourselves?" Yun Xuechen still revealed a carefree expression. Although the aura of the Heavenly Emperor made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, he knew clearly that this was definitely not the time to express his stance. Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, the right and wrong here are just one-sided statements from both sides. I know that I cannot distinguish it clearly. Under such circumstances, if the Yun clan were to target either side, it would go against the purpose of the Yun clan. Your Majesty, if we are to go on a punitive expedition, the Yun clan is willing to be the vanguard. For such an unclear battle, before the matter is clear, the Yun clan does not wish to fall into it. Please understand, Your Majesty. Again, please do not push the Yun clan into the camp of the Qin clan. Yun Xuechen's words were sharp and he did not shrink back. With the foundation of the Yun clan, he was also qualified to speak such words. His meaning was clear. If the Qin clan forced the Yun clan to fall into it, most likely the Yun clan would turn to the Qin clan. Once the Yun clan and the Qin clan joined hands, the consequences would be terrifying. Even the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan would not be able to bear it. Shin Tianwen was furious inwardly. He never expected that this Yun Xuechen would be this stubborn. Anger burned inside his heart, yet in the end he restrained it. He gave a cold sneer. All right, in this case, your Yun clan will play the role of a bystander. What do you guys plan to do? With a cold gaze, he looked at the leaders of the other 3 sects. Your Majesty. The Thousand Feather sect is on the same side as the Yun clan. Your Majesty, I am sorry, the 100 Lane clan is weak, we cannot afford internal friction. Your Majesty, Shin Tianwen laughed despite his extreme anger. Good. It seems that my Heavenly Emperor status is only in name in your eyes. Very good. Everyone, I hope you will not regret today's choice in the future. After he finished speaking, he swept his sleeve. Tian Chen, prepare the genuine divine 6 weapons for me. Genuine divine 6 weapons? When everyone heard these words, their hearts trembled. The genuine divine 6 weapons were 6 weapons. Specifically, they were 6 divine weapons at the genuine supreme Tao stage. The 6 weapons could be separated or combined to form a combination attack. The power would be astonishing. Even for the totem powerhouses, they must admit the powerful power of these genuine divine 6 weapons. When they used the genuine divine 6 weapons, it was enough to see that the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was serious. This battle had already reached an unsalvageable stage. Instantly, the Qin clan had used their greatest trump card, the genuine divine 6 weapons. Everyone else, prepare to gather the elite of each sect and follow me to the aspiring throne mountain. Heavenly Emperor Shin Tianwen swept across the entire scene with a cold gaze. Everyone, by the way, for this expedition, I have received permission from the Totem Elite Warriors. You think yourselves smart and fear the Qin clan, yet you do not understand the current situation. I hope you will not regret it by that time. Shin Tianwen roared with laughter. As soon as he finished speaking these words, the entire body of the Thousand Feather sect and the other 2 sects trembled. The Totem Elite Warriors supported the Qin clan's actions. This way, wouldn't the Qin clan be finished? Instantly, the leaders of these 3 sects became somewhat hesitant. Yun Xuechen revealed a slight smile. Your Majesty, the Yun clan will not accompany you, we will take our leave first. After all, the Yun clan had a foundation and they had their own opinions. Naturally, they would not change their stance with just one word from Shin Tianwen. The remaining 3 sects thought left and right and exchanged glances. Fear flashed across their eyes. In the end, the three of them understood tacitly and walked before Xin Tianwen. They knelt down on one knee. "We are willing to listen to your orders, Your Majesty." Xin Tianwen laughed madly. "Great. If you know your mistakes and can correct them, I will let bygones be bygones. The Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, in the name of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, send out a punitive expedition order. For those who follow us, after we break the Qin clan, everyone will be rewarded. Mighty Heavenly Emperor, mighty Heavenly Emperor." For a time, flattery rolled in. The other 5 sects all bowed down. "I will give you half a day to bring the elite of your sects to gather here. As for who will contribute more and who will contribute less, I will make my judgment. By that time, rewards and punishments will be clear and there will be no lies. Go." Under the Heavenly Emperor's order, all of them were dismissed and mobilized. On the other hand, as fast as lightning, Qin Xiaotian caught up to Qin Wushuang. He roared with laughter. "Good job, Wushuang, good shot. For this battle, you have made the first contribution." At this moment, Qin Wushuang also regained his senses from his impulse a moment ago. He said with a bitter smile, "Head Chief, that arrow a moment ago was also a fluke. If it were any other time, if that Lei Ming was on guard against me, with my current strength, it would be difficult to shoot him to death. Ha ha, perhaps today it's indeed difficult for you to kill elite warriors of the Supreme Tao stage. However, I firmly believe that if you are given time to grow, in the future when you achieve great success, certainly it will be as easy as picking up grass to kill a Supreme Tao warrior. Let's go, let's return to the Aspiring Throne Mountain." Inside the Aspiring Throne Mountain, everyone from the Qin clan revealed a grave expression. They raised their heads and waited for the return of the head chief and Qin Wushuang. Murong Shu was also among them. Although she appeared incredibly calm on the surface, the worry inside her heart could not help but flow out unconsciously. At this moment, Qin Yunran's brows moved as he roared with laughter. "They are back, the head chief and the others are back." Everyone immediately looked up. From the clouds in the sky, 2 figures dropped to the Aspiring Throne Mountain at a shocking speed. The moment head sect leader Qin Xiaotian landed, he ordered, "Activate all the restrictive mechanisms." "Yes." Qin Xiaotian faced everyone's ardent gaze and only said lightly, "Everyone, get ready for battle." Without any superfluous words, just a few simple words made everyone immediately feel the sense of crisis of life and death. "Fight! Fight!" Everyone revealed a determined gaze and did not shrink back in the slightest. Qin Chongyang said, "Everyone, enter the Upright Morality Hall to discuss matters. Each of you have your own responsibilities." Inside the Upright Morality Hall, the atmosphere was incredibly solemn. Although everyone was already prepared to fight to the death, everyone knew that this battle would definitely be difficult. It would definitely be the most difficult battle in everyone's lifetime. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 713. The map of the Aspiring Throne Mountain was unfolded completely. All mechanisms and defenses were clearly marked. Qin Xiaotian said, "Everyone, for this battle, the strategy of the Qin clan is simple. We will defend. Perhaps you will feel that with the tens and thousands of years of inheritance, why would we use a defensive strategy against the Xin clan? Perhaps, many of you will have the illusion that with the long inheritance of the Qin clan, could it be that we do not have a few mysterious seniors?" A light smile spilled from the corner of Qin Xiaotian's mouth as he nodded. "Now I can tell you with certainty that regardless of the Qin clan, the Yun clan, or the Xin clan, it's impossible that the so-called mysterious elite warriors have not appeared. The number of Supreme Tao elite warriors they have is all written down on the books." Qin Wushuang did not have such illusion. If each sect truly had mysterious hidden elite warriors, they would not be clueless. The Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates had restrained each other for many years and knew each other's background. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang laughed. Only, there was more or less bitterness in this smile. The Heavenly Emperor Gate has 4 Supreme Tao elite warriors, the Heavenly Punishing Villa has 2, and the Sound of Thunder sect has 2. However, After Wu Shuang shot one of them, only one is left. Luo Tongtian of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not miss such a matter. For the other neutral sects, besides the Yun clan, it's possible for the other 3 sects to change sides at any moment. Therefore, we are facing at least 8 Supreme Dao elite warriors, and at most 14 or 15. Qin Xiaotian was not exaggerating to scare people. For the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect, besides the dead Lei Yiming, there were 7. Plus Luo Tongtian, it would be 8. The Thousand Feather sect, 100 Lane clan, and Mysterious Reform Gate each had 2 Supreme Dao elite warriors. In total, there would be 14. For the Qin clan, there were only 3. The difference in strength was extremely great. Everyone, the situation is difficult. I'm sure all of you are very clear about it. For the Qin clan, besides the 3 chiefs, there are no other Supreme Dao elite warriors. In terms of strength, it's 3 against 8, it's 3 against 14. Of course, this difference is extremely great. Therefore, if we do not adopt a defensive stance, the Qin clan will only have one possibility: death. Up to this point, Qin Xiaotian did not evade the taboo. He must let everyone remember the situation of the Qin clan. Being greedy and rash, or being impulsive, the life and death of an individual is a small matter, but the survival of the sect is a big matter. Everyone, you don't want to carry the shameful identity of a dead person when you see the ancestors of the Qin clan after your death, right? Everyone's expression was incomparably solemn, and the scene made it difficult for them to breathe. Of course, if we look at the accounts, the Qin clan has no chance of winning. However, nothing is absolute in this world. Since the Qin clan was able to stand at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for tens and thousands of years, of course we have our trump card. What is the trump card of the Qin family? Qin Xiaotian still revealed a confident smile. The trump card of the Qin clan is the foundation of this aspiring throne mountain. Since the immemorial era, the aspiring throne mountain has been the territory of the Qin clan. Generations of ancestors spent countless efforts to run the foundation of the aspiring throne mountain Qin clan. This is the foundation that allowed the Qin clan to stand at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time. Qin Xiaotian smiled leisurely. Everyone, the situation of this battle will be extremely difficult. The Qin clan must also give up a large number of strongholds and concentrate on protecting the core stronghold with the upright morality hall as the center. Everyone, look at the map. These 3 strongholds are the places we need to defend to the death. We will give up all the other territories. Give up all of them. Everyone followed the direction pointed by the head chief's finger. The area included in the defense zone was only a few hundred miles outside the upright morality hall. All the other strongholds, including the ascending dragon slope, were given up. Don't doubt it, we need to defend this area. For the other places, it would not matter even if we let them occupy them. The main area they will attack will be this area I've marked out. Qin Xiaotian said coldly, everyone, perhaps you will feel sullen inwardly, feel that it's unfair, feel that it's okay, and even feel suspicious. However, when my Qin clan is pressuring the border with a great army, regardless of manpower or financial resources, only by defending this area will we have the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. If they have other ideas, the Qin clan will certainly be destroyed. Qin Xiaotian fixed his gaze at everyone and gave a light sigh. If you have any questions, ask them now. When the great battle starts, what you need to do is to execute the orders. Honored warrior Ji Song was the first to speak. Head chief, this area does not have any depth of defense. If the enemy launches a full force attack, in case they break through, they will face the upright morality hall directly. Wouldn't this be too risky? Even someone as straightforward as Ji Song felt it was risky, the others could imagine. Honored warrior Ji Bo also said, yes, to give the enemy the chance to face the upright morality hall directly, this battle is too risky. However, Qin Chongyang said, honored warriors, as you say, how should we set up the defense? Each inch of the aspiring throne mountain is the foundation of the Qin clan. How could we let those rascals trample on it? Ji Song gave a long sigh. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. Although this honored warrior Ji Song possessed powerful strength, his combat attainment was not worthy of compliments. He still did not break away from the courage of a martial artist. For 10,000 miles around the aspiring throne mountain, if they were to defend each inch of land, they would not have enough manpower. The thickness of the defense would be almost zero. With the manpower of the Qin clan, if they were to fight for every inch of land, there would only be one result. They would be nibbled away by the army step by step. In the end, they would not have any capital to defend to their death. Qin Xiaotian revealed a slight smile and shot a glance at Qin Wushuang. Wushuang, I see that you seem to have something to say. Qin Wushuang nodded. Chiefs, I think that for a battle at this level, it's completely unnecessary to fight for every inch of land. It's not even the accumulation of numbers between ordinary martial artists. In fact, the core of this battle is the battle of the Supreme Dao elite warriors. Yes, keep talking. When Qin Wushuang received the permission of the three chiefs, he continued to speak. If we were to fight for every inch of land, the Qin clan would not have that many Supreme Dao elite warriors to fight for it. To the Qin clan, each elite warrior is crucial. For this battle, the Qin clan cannot afford to exhaust their strength. For the Xin clan, there are piles of Supreme Dao elite warriors. Beneath the Supreme Dao stage, there are countless of them. They can afford to exhaust their strength. Even if they were to use the human sea tactic, it would be enough to exhaust the Qin clan to death. Therefore, the strategy of the head chief is extremely wise. We must shrink the battle area and gather our main power to form a fist. Only then, we would have the capital to form effective damage to the enemy. Most importantly, since the head chief chose this area, he must have his plans. He must have trump cards that everyone is unaware of and has yet to show them. When Qin Wushuang said this, he looked at the head chief with a smile. Head chief, I am all ears. Qin Xiaotian let out a roaring laugh. Great, Wushuang is indeed the exceptional existence among the young generation of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang is the one who knows me best. Everyone, now I am in charge of the Qin clan. Being the head chief, the foundation of the Qin clan is maintained by me alone. The responsibility on my shoulders is greater than all of you. Do you think that if I had another choice, would I let them face the upright morality hall directly? Through Qin Wushuang's analysis, everyone also felt that with the manpower of the Qin clan, it was not enough to exhaust their strength. Strictly defending to the death was the way of the king. Everyone, up until now, the Qin clan has been passed down for tens and thousands of years. It's impossible to say that we don't have any trump cards. The defensive area I have designated is the core area of the Qin clan. This area is the defensive core area of the Qin clan's mountain protection formation. This 8 Desolation 6 Directions mountain protection formation has absorbed countless Supreme Dao divine souls. Even for genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors, it would be difficult to break through it easily. When Qin Xiaotian said this, he swept across the entire scene. Everyone, for this battle, we only have one goal, that is to exhaust our strength. You heard right, it's this word, exhaust our strength. The longer we exhaust our strength, the more successful we will be. What the Qin clan needs is time. Qin Xiaotian swept across Ji Huai and the others with a profound gaze, including honored warriors Ji Song, Ji Bo, and Ji Tong who had acquired the Supreme Dao fruit. There was also Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong, these 2 elite warriors who were most qualified to advance to the Supreme Dao stage. Qin Chongyang encouraged, everyone, head chief, this is to fight for time for everyone. The day you break into the Supreme Dao stage is the day the Qin clan will see the bright moon. 16 years. Qin Xiaotian said lightly. After 16 years, it will be the Heavenly Emperor election. According to the rules, regardless of personal grudges, we must stop all battles on the day of the Heavenly Emperor election. The Heavenly Emperor 8 gates must stop fighting and carry out the Heavenly Emperor election. By that time, it will be a turning point for the Qin clan. It will also be the only chance for the Qin clan to defeat the Xin clan. Once we seize the seat of the Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Emperor election, the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain will be under the control of the Qin clan. Qin Xiaotian stood up with roaring laughter. 16 years, everyone, Success or failure will depend on this one move. Whether we can survive these 16 years, whether you can advance to the Supreme Tao stage or not, it will determine the fate of the Qin clan. The four great honored warriors revealed a grave expression. A form of powerful sense of duty caused the blood in their entire body to burn fiercely. 16 years. All right, everyone, I will not activate that mountain protecting formation unless it is absolutely necessary. Let's take a normal defensive stance. If the situation deteriorates, I will activate the formation immediately. Xin Tianwen, humph humph, let me see how long you can be proud. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoqian's expression sank as he gave a long whistle. Everyone, the enemy is already within 1,000 miles, everyone be ready for battle. Those who are not at the Supreme Tao stage are not allowed to fight. Yes. Everyone stood up and looked at each other with an incredibly determined gaze. All of them rushed out of the upright morality hall. For the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, besides the Qin clan that was being attacked and the Yun clan that stayed out of the matter, the elite warriors of the other 6 sects had gathered to kill their way to the aspiring throne mountain. Each sect had at least 100 people teams. The Heavenly Emperor Xin clan had sent 500 people. Of course, this was only to strengthen their momentum. The true core combat power was the Supreme Tao elite warriors. With a gloomy gaze, Xin Tianwen soared high into the sky with his imposing manner. He completely ignored the flying defense of the Qin clan and urged the power of the Heavenly Emperor without any concealment. Like the thunder and the tide, his voice rolled out continuously. Qin Xiaotian, bring your disciples and grand disciples out to surrender. Perhaps, you can avoid the disaster of your sect being destroyed. If you resist stubbornly, once we break through, no one will be left alive. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 714. After Xin Tianwen made the neutral 3 sects yield and compromise, he was high-spirited. Plus, with the genuine divine 6 weapons at hand, he had a well-thought-out plan to break the Qin clan. Therefore, he appeared even more complacent. As soon as Xin Tianwen shouted, his voice was like rolling thunder. It caused the other Supreme Tao elite warriors of the Xin clan to feel a surge of emotion. Their vital energy and blood rolled over and over. All of them responded and let out a Supreme Tao resonance. For a time, all around the aspiring throne mountain, a wave of Supreme Tao resonance gushed over. This imposing manner seemed to cause the sky to fall and the earth to rend. For martial artists with lesser strength, they felt suffocated and almost vomited blood. Like a long rainbow, Qin Xiaotian shot out from the Qin clan's upright morality hall and leaped high into the sky. He gave a clear hiss from his mouth and spurted out bursts of Supreme Tao presence to resist this wave of Supreme Tao resonance. Although there was some disparity between these 2 bursts of power, with Qin Xiaotian's hiss, the advancing speed of the airwave had clearly slowed down. Suddenly, Qin Xiaotian gave a thunderous roar, go! Tens and thousands of golden lights shot out from his entire body and pierced the place where the Supreme Tao gathered. These tens and thousands of golden lights shot over like a rainstorm. Instantly, the camp below was in chaos. Although those Supreme Tao elite warriors were all elite warriors, under Qin Xiaotian's attack, no one dared to neglect as they all jumped to evade. For a time, the Supreme Tao scrambled and lights danced. Qin Xiaotian roared with laughter. Such a mob. When Xin Tianwen saw that Qin Xiaotian had come to show his power as soon as he appeared, he rushed over furiously. With a giant sword full of kingly presence in his hand, he shouted, Qin Xiaotian, would you dare to fight with me? Qin Xiaotian said with a cold sneer, do you think I am scared of you? However, let me warm up by killing 2 shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After he finished speaking, with the long spear in hand, Qin Xiaotian shot down like lightning. Countless after-images flashed across the sky and his murderous intentions increased tremendously. Stay! Xin Tianwen gave a loud roar and slashed with the giant sword from the sky. When this sword slashed down, along with the overflowing flowing lights, it seemed as if the sky had been slashed into 2 halves. Miserable cracks filled the horizon. It seemed to be as vast as the horizontal natural moat. Inwardly, Qin Xiaotian felt apprehensive. Slaughtering sword? Xin Tianwen roared with laughter. That's right, Qin Xiaotian, would you dare to take my sword? Qin Xiaotian's expression changed slightly. However, his aura was not weak. He sneered, so what if it's the slaughtering sword? If you have the ability, use the true divine 6 weapons on your own and I will admit defeat on the spot. A mere true supreme Dao weapon, Qin, don't take it seriously. After saying that, his feet shook, and 2 fiery wheels appeared under his feet. This wheel shone with an astonishing amount of fire. At a glance, one could tell that the green flame was an extremely terrifying flame. Qin Xiaotian gave a low shout and urged the 2 wheels. His speed had doubled again as he slid at a high speed. As he guided the long spear from his hand, the flame under his feet seemed to have been hooked by the power of the spear. Immediately, it rolled out a living fire dragon and shot towards that Xin Tianwei with matchless imposing manner. Fire dragon roars to the sky. Qin Xiaotian roared and pointed his spear again. Streams of fire rained down like a rain of fire. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of fireballs pressed down endlessly. Xin Tianwen was astonished. Everyone get out of the way. At the same time, yellow lights erupted from Xin Tianwen's entire body. Suddenly, a burst of golden light enveloped Xin Tianwen's entire body. Behind his back, a pair of giant wings expanded against the wind. Heavenly Emperor wings, Heavenly Emperor wings. When Qin Chongyang, who was watching the battle from inside, saw this scene, his heart sank. He drew a breath of cold air and mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with a strange light. This was the first time Qin Wushuang saw a pair of wings grow from someone other than himself. Dumbstruck, he mumbled, Heavenly Emperor wings, what's going on? Qin Yunran gave a long sigh. This Heavenly Emperor wings is a divine skill given to Xin Tianwen by the Totem clan when the Xin clan was crowned as the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It's also a special reward for the Heavenly Emperor position. Ever since Xin Tianwen acquired the Heavenly Emperor wings, he never used it. Today, when facing the head chief, he used it right from the start. It seems that this Xin Tianwen is preparing to fight a decisive battle with the head chief. Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive as he looked at the sky. 2 genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors were engaged in a fierce battle. With their eyesight, they were incapable of judging the direction of this battle. That was because the speed was simply too fast. It was simply beyond their comprehension. Xin Tianwen also broke through the 9th Transformation Supreme Dao stage and entered the genuine Supreme Dao stage. This time, the head chief has truly met his match. There were some traces of regret in Qin Chongyang's tone. If Xin Tianwen had not entered the genuine Supreme Dao stage, with the power of the head chief, he could completely destroy him. However, Xin Tianwen's power was on par with the head chief. With him restraining the head chief, it would be difficult for the Qin clan to make a move. Initially, those honored warriors who advocated to fight for every inch of land felt incredibly ashamed when they saw this battle situation. Only then did he realize how ignorant he was. For a battle at this level, the courage of an ignorant person would be useless. Most likely, Xin Tianwen, the Heavenly Emperor, could kill all 12 of them with one sword move. It would be impossible to talk about fighting for every inch of land. No wonder Qin Xiaotian was the head chief of the Qin clan. When he fought with Xin Tianwen, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. As the 2 exchanged moves in the sky, they wished to kill the other party. Then, regardless of how they used all their power, they were still on par with each other. Inwardly, Xin Tianwen was also furious. Initially, he was confident that he had absolute power advantage at the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Now it seemed that it was not the case. This Qin Xiaotian would not lose to him at all. Inwardly, Qin Xiaotian was also feeling apprehensive. He was surprised that indeed, Xin Tianwen lived up to his reputation. If he had not achieved a breakthrough after 200 years of solitary training, most likely he would have lost to this guy. Even in this case, Qin Xiaotian could not see any chance of winning. Although the other party's slaughtering sword was powerful, it made him feel tremendous pressure. The most terrifying part was the Heavenly Emperor wings. Its mobility and agility did not lose to his fire cloud wheel. In terms of body movements, the two were on par with each other. This made Qin Xiaotian unable to choose to move around and free himself to launch sneak attacks on those Supreme Dao elite warriors below. While Xin Tianwen fought, he roared, "Tianchen, stop the attack. Destroy the aspiring throne mountain." Xin Tianchen waved the command flag and roared, "Everyone, the chance to destroy the Qin clan is here. Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors, the first echelon. Coagulate Supreme Dao elite warriors, the second echelon. The rest of you, the third echelon, charge." While they spoke, Lei Yu and Yang Beifei, these two elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, took the lead and transformed into two meteoric lights to dash towards the direction of the aspiring Throne Mountain Upright Morality Hall. Each sect had one elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. At the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the second most powerful one was not Xin Tianchen, but that female martial artist, Xin Tianwu. Her talent surpassed Xin Tianchen, and she was also an elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Xin Tianwu also shot through the sky to suppress the Qin headquarter. For a time, a dozen Supreme Dao lights oppressed the Qin headquarter one after another. Boom! Lei Yu and Yang Beifei, who were at the front, suddenly collided with a burst of golden light. Their entire body flew backwards rapidly. When they looked forward, an invisible wall of air appeared indistinctly. Like water ripples, it sparkled with golden lights. Soft and thick, it gave people an incredibly solemn feeling. Defenses. That's a defense mechanism. Lei Yu roared and his eyes were already red. He roared, "Everyone, let's work together and bombard that defense mechanism. Surely we can break it." "All right. Everyone, let's work together." Yang Beifei also agreed. At the same time, he said, "Everyone must be careful and watch out for sneak attacks. The Qin clan is despicable, they love to sneak attack people." When Qin Yunran saw this Yang Beifei slandering the Qin clan, he swore angrily, "The grand chief of this heavenly punishing villa is this shameless, inverting black and white." However, being at the 8th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage, Qin Yunran still possessed a slight difference compared to Yang Beifei and Lei Yu, who were at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Although he was furious inwardly, he would not dare to step out and go against the orders of the head chief. He could only gnash his teeth with hatred and clench his fists until cracking sounds could be heard. With a profound gaze, Qin Wushuang could not refrain from asking when he saw the Supreme Dao elite warriors kept gathering before the defenses, two chiefs. The head chief did not activate the mountain protecting formation. Can this ordinary defense withstand this full power attack? Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "Wushuang, from there to the Upright Morality Hall, there are 6 or 7 defenses. Each one keeps getting stronger. They can break one, but most likely they cannot break the second one." Qin Wushuang shook his head. "It's impossible to let them break the defenses this easily. I will go meet them." Qin Yunran dashed forward. Qin Chongyang immediately pulled Qin Yunran. "Second, you must not act rashly. A dozen Supreme Dao elite warriors, their charging power is enough to swallow you and me. Unless it's the head chief, you and I must not be impulsive." Qin Yunran's face was thoroughly red. At this moment, the change in the battle situation could easily cause a change in one's temperament. Qin Yunran was also in a moment of desperation. After thinking carefully, he knew Qin Chongyang's words were reasonable. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "Two chiefs, how about I go?" "You." Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang exchanged a glance and shook their heads at the same time. "No, Wushuang, you are not at the Supreme Dao stage. Under such powerful Supreme Dao presence, I am afraid you will get swallowed instantly." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "I will not approach them. I will launch a sneak attack with the graceful spiritual bow from afar. If I can kill one, it's one. If I cannot kill them, I can also leave with ease." "No, no, Wushuang, you cannot go." Qin Chongyang was experienced and prudent. He knew too well the significance of Qin Wushuang to the Qin clan. Naturally, he would not let him take the risk. At this moment, a burst of strong light suddenly expanded greatly. Instantly, as if the heaven and earth had collapsed, A burst of powerful air exploded with a loud rumble. A dozen supreme Tao lights collided with each other instantly and formed a gigantic explosive power. The first defense was opened with a loud rumble. As soon as this defense was opened, instantly spiritual chi shot in all directions. Accompanied by the explosive power of the supreme Tao, it produced a tremendous vibration that almost caused the entire aspiring throne mountain to tremble. The side of the upright morality hall was also trembling. A trace of strong uneasiness flashed across everyone's eyes. A defense was broken this easily? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 7:15. Qin Wushuang's expression changed as he said to the two chiefs, "Chief, I will go out for a moment, you guys cooperate with me. Open a defense mechanism for me and let me go around it to attack their rear. As long as I go around those supreme Tao elite warriors and attack their rear, certainly I can disrupt their deployment. After I succeed in the sneak attack, I will return from the defense mechanism. You guys watch the time and open the defense mechanism after I come in. How about it? Attack the enemy's rear?" Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang exchanged a glance. Although this suggestion was somewhat risky, it was much safer and feasible than attacking the supreme Tao elite warriors directly. There was no time to lose. If they allowed the enemy to attack like this, certainly they would lose at least 3 or 4 of the 7 defenses. Regardless of how experienced Qin Chongyang was, he knew that he must do something at this moment. He nodded. "All right, second, you take charge of this place. I will go to the side defense mechanism and send Wushuang out secretly. I will let him attack their rear." He turned around and said to Qin Wushuang, "Wushuang, it's easy to let you go, but you must promise me that you will not linger in battle. Once the supreme Tao elite warriors turn around and attack you, you will have no chance to survive." Qin Wushuang nodded solemnly. He took a deep breath and promised, "Third chief, I know this, don't worry. I will not throw away my precious life." When Qin Chongyang saw that Qin Wushuang was acting this relaxed before a great battle, indeed his mentality was stable enough. Such great battle-type talent was what the Qin clan needed. "Second, I will leave this place to you for now. This front defense mechanism is extremely important. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions," Qin Chongyang instructed. Qin Yunran laughed. "Don't worry, I know." Qin Chongyang said to Qin Wushuang, "Wushuang, come with me." Qin Wushuang revealed a slight smile and cupped his hands in a salute to everyone. "Everyone, wait for my good news." After he finished speaking, he tapped with the tip of his toe and followed behind Qin Chongyang at a fast speed. Honored warrior Ji Huai watched Qin Wushuang act with such magnanimity and calmness. Inwardly, he also felt bursts of shame. Upon thinking of his attitude towards Qin Wushuang, honored warrior Ji Huai felt that he had lived these few hundred years in vain. He had made up his mind that if the Qin clan could survive this crisis, he would definitely apologize to Qin Wushuang and personally go to the human countries to bring Qin Yu's remains back to the sacrificial valley. When they arrived at the entrance of a prohibition on the side, Qin Chongyang said to Qin Wushuang, "Wushuang, these prohibitions are interlocked. Opening any one of them is not enough to let you out, nor is it enough to let you in. You have to open at least 3 restrictions before you can walk out of here. But don't worry, as long as you enter the first restriction on the way back, you will be absolutely safe." Since the other party had chased after them, it was impossible for them to break the restriction immediately. "I'll open the restrictions for you later. There's plenty of time. But you must remember, don't continue to fight. If you continue to fight, you may be surrounded. At that time, the second sect master and I will not be able to save you." Once again, Qin Wushuang revealed a confident smile. He made a hand gesture and said with rapt attention, "Third chief, let's start, we need time." Quietly, Qin Chongyang took Qin Wushuang to break 3 restrictions. He pointed to a transportation channel and said to Qin Wushuang, "When you go out from this channel, you can go directly to the right side. That place is the road to the ascending dragon slope. You should be familiar with the terrain." Qin Wushuang said with a smile. Then there's no problem, watch me. Like a swimming fish, Qin Wushuang entered the channel and floated out like a cool breeze. When he came to the right side, Qin Wushuang hid and observed. It was about 30 to 40 miles away from the main battlefield. After a moment of thinking, Qin Wushuang summoned the two strongest spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage from the sealed scroll. You two, the great battle is here. Are you interested in fighting with me? Master, where is the enemy? Haha, let's fight, let's fight. If we don't fight, I will be bored waiting. Qin Wushuang explained the situation and emphasized, you two, I dare to summon you because your innate ability is very powerful. Catching people off guard, it can cause a lot of damage. However, you have to promise me that you will not continue to fight. Listen to my command and be ready to return to the seal at any time. You must return before the Supreme Tao elite warriors react, understand? Understood. Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture and pointed to the battle circle in the distance. I have seen that the Supreme Tao elite warriors are all gathered together. The main force behind them is 20 to 30 at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Don't provoke them. In addition, all the enemies are your food. Kill as many as you can. But the premise is that you must listen to my command. Once the command is given, immediately retreat without delay. Yes. Qin Wushuang took a deep breath again. With the graceful spiritual bow in hand, he said in a low voice, let's go. The two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage followed behind Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang used the cloud garment feathery technique and floated in quickly. The other party still did not notice him. This time, the team led by the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan was about 1,000 people. At least, they were elite warriors at the profound void martial stage. Most of them were at the perfect void martial stage, and some were even at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Indeed, they displayed astonishing power. Qin Wushuang attached himself to the cloud and sent his spiritual perception. Look, the Supreme Tao elite warriors are at the front of the defense entrance. This has caused a disconnect between their team. This disconnect is our only chance to attack. Remember, there is only one wave of attack. Regardless of how many you can kill, you must retreat. The two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage rubbed their fists and were eager to give it a try. Qin Wushuang took out all 9 shooting sun arrows. Murderous intentions flashed in his eyes as he secretly accumulated his temperament. This time, his target was those elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage. These 20 or 30 people were the elite warriors of each sect besides the Supreme Tao elite warriors. If he could kill a group of them at once, it would be a great blow to the enemy's morale. Go. Following Qin Wushuang's order, the two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage trembled and threw themselves down from the sky. Instantly, they had urged their temperament to the extreme. Inherited secret technique, Swallowing Sky. Swallowing Sky Lion Dragon opened his bloody mouth and roared. Instantly, the powerful swallowing power formed a giant whirlpool of air and turned the entire sky upside down. The dark mysterious snake was not willing to fall behind. He swung his giant body and smashed down with his tail like a whip of judgment. He opened his mouth, innate divine skill, poisonous fangs. Like a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground, the two murderous gods charged out suddenly and instantly formed a gigantic destructive power behind the enemy. Instantly, the swallowing sky sucked in a dozen elite warriors at the void martial stage mercilessly. The whip of the dark mysterious snake also swept down a dozen of them. Each of them died with broken bones. The most terrifying part was that poisonous fangs that transformed into countless poisonous fangs that danced in the air. They would bite anyone they saw and they would die as soon as they were bitten. The absolute destructive power of the swallowing sky lion dragon was not any less than the dark mysterious snake. His body kept expanding and as he waved his fangs and claws, he killed people as easily as hunting rabbits. In the blink of an eye, a few dozen people had lost their lives. With the chaos at the rear, the camp immediately became chaotic. Those elite warriors at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage all turned around. Especially those at the peak of the common mysterious stage, when they saw the divine beasts of the same level attacking, They formed an encirclement consciously and kept rushing over. When the Supreme Tao elite warriors in the distance saw that it was only two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage, they did not care. Instead, they concentrated on dealing with the defenses of the Qin clan. At this moment, a figure glided in the sky. A glittering golden arc in his hand dashed over against the wind. An arrow. A glittering golden arrow. It was faster than a shooting star and more urgent than lightning. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 9 bolt. Like 9 stars in a row, the 9 golden arrows formed a terrifying attack whirlpool. Instantly, it formed a powerful attack circle. The power of 1 arrow was enough to kill a Supreme Tao elite warrior. The attack circle formed by the 9 arrows in a row was even more powerful than Qin Wushuang had imagined. Boom! The powerful golden lights intertwined together. With just one twist, instantly the golden lights seemed to have formed thousands and tens of thousands of sharp blades to cut together. Instantly, it enveloped the dozen elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Boom! The golden lights exploded. Suddenly, lights shot in all directions. The golden lights seemed to have shot out countless fragments. The 9 shooting sun arrows flew back with spirituality. Qin Wushuang caught them. At the place where the ball of light exploded, the dozen elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage did not even leave behind their bones. They were completely squeezed into fine powder by this powerful golden light. Those 8 or 9 warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage who had dashed at a slower speed also kept vomiting blood when they were swept by the fragments of the golden lights. Incredibly terrified, they retreated in a panic and kept shouting in fear. Qin Wushuang laughed and called out, "Retreat." He called out the sealed scroll and 2 bursts of lights covered the 2 spiritual beasts. Those 2 guys were in the mood to kill. At least hundreds of people had died under their innate divine skills, yet they still did not feel satisfied. However, under the call of Qin Wushuang, they had to transform into meteoric lights and rush back into the sealed scroll. Qin Wushuang did not linger as he gave a long whistle and chanted, "Those who help the villain do evil, those who help the Qin clan will destroy their entire family, no empty word." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt extremely gratified. Such slaughter had increased his confidence. Instantly killing a dozen elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage, without a doubt, this achievement had greatly surpassed his level at the illusion Heavenly Lake. Of course, all of this had benefited from this graceful spiritual bow. This graceful spiritual bow seemed to have a burst of magical power that could change Qin Wushuang's entire temperament. In the instant of the slaughter, Qin Wushuang's temperament was incredibly decisive and did not fluctuate in the slightest. It was as if slaughtering these peak of the common mysterious stage was as easy as destroying a dozen pieces of wood. Finally, the Supreme Tao elite warriors on the other side had awakened as they shouted, "It's Qin Wushuang, it's Qin Wushuang." These Supreme Tao elite warriors roared with vigor, yet not many dared to chase after him. After all, most of the coagulate Supreme Tao elite warriors here had seen how Lei Yiming had died. Therefore, when the transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors did not make a move, they would not recklessly chase after him. When Lei Yu saw it was Qin Wushuang, without a second word, he said with an evil grin, "Kid, since you are not hiding in the defenses, then give me your life." He rolled his body and already chased after him. Yang Beifei immediately shouted, "Brother Lei Yu, do not act rashly. I am afraid he is playing a trick." Lei Yu kept giving a cold sneer, yet he did not look back. In the Qin clan, besides the head chief, Lei Yu was not afraid of anyone. Even if there was a trap or an ambush, how could he be scared? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 716. Qin Wushuang was extremely familiar with the terrain. Plus, he had started a few steps ahead and had the speed of the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Therefore, although Lei Yu was fast, he was still one step behind. In a flash, Qin Wushuang's body seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Qin Wushuang went into the secret passage and Qin Chongyang opened the defenses in time. When Qin Wushuang scuttled in, the defenses closed automatically. Ha ha, Wushuang, how did it go? Qin Chongyang was at the entrance of the defenses. Due to the detour, he could not see the situation outside. He kept asking. Qin Wushuang laughed. Let's talk at the headquarters. When Qin Chongyang saw Qin Wushuang beaming with happiness, he knew the battle situation was not bad. He was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. In a moment, he returned to the headquarters. When Qin Yunran and the others saw Qin Wushuang had returned so quickly, they thought the matter was hopeless. However, a moment ago, they saw that the Supreme Dao elite warriors were clearly in chaos. They should have reacted when their rear was attacked. Therefore, for a time, they were somewhat uncertain. Qin Wushuang revealed a trace of joy of victory as he laughed. Everyone, for this trip, we only lacked the Supreme Dao elite warriors. The remaining shrimps suffered disastrous casualties. At least 15 warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage lost their lives. For the other ordinary martial artists, no less than 200 died. This many. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, when I shot with the graceful spiritual bow, the power was unexpectedly great. It directly formed an attacking whirlpool and enveloped all the elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage that rushed over. With one twist, all of them were turned into ashes. Indeed, this graceful spiritual bow has astonishing power. For the others, my 2 sealed spiritual beasts took care of them. They are all inherited spiritual beasts and have inherited secret skills. Killing people is as easy as picking up grass. For this battle, at least 1/5 of their powerhouses beneath the Supreme Dao stage have died. More than half of their warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage have died. Qin Chongyang laughed. I heard your voice shouting that those who help the villain do evil, those who help the Shin clan, the Qin clan will kill them all. You are not lying. Absolute slaughter, combined with your threat, I am afraid it will be even more convincing. I believe that those neutral sects will certainly regret their choice. Qin Wushuang said, I only hope that those neutral sects will realize their mistake and withdraw from the battle group. Qin Yunran laughed loudly and said, all right, even if they don't retreat, there will definitely be a barrier between them. Those at the peak of the common mysterious stage were the core elite of each sect. Even the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates could not afford to lose them. How many of them are at the Supreme Dao stage? The 8 Heavenly Mountain 8 gates. Added together? Those at the peak of the mysterious stage, they are the top-notch core stage. Let's see how much they can they. Qin Wushuang Yu Qin Chongyang, I God Huang Yong Jin, use. Devil Qin progress. The young mysterious cause Yu Tian Dragon Wu Yang Yof, you're mysterious. More than a dozen peak of the common mysterious realm warriors were killed by you in an instant. Across the Qin clan, there were only 4 at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Qin Zun stage, and the profound, the Yu Qin, even Qin Taichong and Qin Wushuang were only at the profound and had yet to reach the peak of the mysterious stage. It was apparent that this peak of the mysterious stage was incredibly rare. How high was the voice of Shin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor? He was only at the peak of the mysterious stage. Since a dozen peak of the mysterious stage had died and the others were injured by the aftermath of the golden light, it would definitely be a tremendous strike to the Heavenly Emperor gate. Qin Yunran laughed. Even for me, at the 8th calamity of the coagulate Supreme Dao stage, I do not have the assurance to kill all those at the peak of the mysterious stage instantly. Wushuang, I firmly believe that in time, you will become an existence that will give Xin Tianwen a headache. Now, even those Qin clansmen who were full of doubts about Qin Wushuang did not have any doubts. They looked at Qin Wushuang with much more admiration and recognition. For such recognition, one could only acquire it after going through a life and death test and the proof of absolute strength. Wushuang, your bow and arrow is too powerful. Can you allow me to take a look? Suddenly, Qin Chongyang asked. Perhaps, the head chief will use it to deal with Xin Tianwen. Qin Wushuang was not stingy as he held the graceful spiritual bow in his hand. Overflowing with golden lights, it gave people a feeling of endless resplendence. The dazzling lights pierced everyone's eyes to the point they could not open them. Qin Chongyang took it. When he held it in his hand, instantly it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A form of endless pressure and endless attack power made Qin Chongyang feel a form of throbbing in his divine soul. Before he even looked at it for a moment, he felt absolutely restless and lightheaded. What's going on? What's going on? Qin Chongyang's spiritual perception surged with countless terrifying consciousness. Innumerable white bones and eerie souls kept floating in his sea of consciousness. For a time, it seemed as if he was in a hellish killing field. Third, what's wrong? When Qin Yunran saw that the situation was not good, he immediately seized the graceful spiritual bow. Now, Qin Chongyang slowly regained his senses. When he saw Qin Yunran holding the graceful spiritual bow, he immediately shouted, "Boss, don't touch that graceful spiritual bow, put it down. Don't use your spiritual perception to observe it." For a time, Qin Yunran's mind was also shaken. When he heard Qin Chongyang's shout, he suddenly came back to his senses. He put down the graceful spiritual bow. What's going on? Qin Yunran was also greatly astonished as he looked at the graceful spiritual bow with disbelief. He had seen this graceful spiritual bow before, but he did not feel it was this terrifying. Qin Wushuang also felt it was inconceivable. He picked up the graceful spiritual bow and did not find anything abnormal. Wushuang, how could this graceful spiritual bow have such powerful murderous intentions? In that instant, it almost swallowed my divine soul, Qin Chongyang asked with lingering fear. Qin Yunran was also confused. Wushuang, what's going on? Two chiefs, I did not have such a feeling. However, ever since I acquired the shooting sun arrows, each time during battle, a form of murderous intentions would be extremely obvious. I don't know if this presence was caused by the shooting sun arrows or the graceful spiritual bow. Qin Yunran thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, initially when we saw the graceful spiritual bow, we did not have such a feeling. It must be the shooting sun arrows that awakened the powerful power of the graceful spiritual bow. Wushuang is the owner of the graceful spiritual bow, he could not feel it. When we touched it, we were invaded by the murderous intentions. Qin Chongyang nodded. Yes, this way, imperceptibly, this graceful spiritual bow has already recognized its owner. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. Ever since he acquired the graceful spiritual bow, he always felt that this graceful spiritual bow was like a giant treasure house that contained a presence as vast as the sea. In the beginning, he could at most use 5% of his power and he could kill many opponents that were more powerful than him. Thinking back to when he killed Devil Boy, he thought he had already developed a lot of power of the graceful spiritual bow. Now thinking about it, the power at that time was ridiculously low. Now, ever since the shooting sun arrows appeared, the graceful spiritual bow seemed to have truly awakened from its deep sleep. Although Qin Wushuang felt that there was still a lot of power that had not been excavated, it could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Alright, the more mysterious this graceful spiritual bow is, it proves its greatness. Or else, how could it be a divine object used by a totem elite warrior? Wushuang, it seems this graceful spiritual bow has recognized its owner. Now, third chief and I cannot use it, I wonder if the head chief can control it. If even the head chief cannot control it, this graceful spiritual bow is too powerful. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Qin Wushuang still remembered that when the Stargaze Palace was facing a crisis, when facing the invasion of the Nine Palace faction, the graceful spiritual bow was lent to the head palace master, Zhuobuchuan. At that time, the graceful spiritual bow did not reject outsiders. Now thinking about it, it should be after the appearance of the shooting sun arrows that the graceful spiritual bow showed rejection. Regardless, to the Qin clan, this graceful spiritual bow is a good thing and not a bad thing. Qin Wushuang, you must strengthen your training and strive to enter the Supreme Dao stage as soon as possible. If you can enter the Supreme Dao stage, it will be as easy as stepping on an ant to kill a Supreme Dao stage powerhouse with the shooting sun arrows. Qin Yunran let out a straightforward laugh and walked forward. Everyone, don't let your imagination run wild. Let's see how the battle is going between the head chief and Xin Tianwen. The head chief and Xin Tianwen were already engaged in a heated battle. After a few hundred rounds, they could not determine the winner. Both of them used their spiritual perception to observe the battle situation beneath them. Although the Heavenly Emperor party had broken one of the defenses of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang had killed so many people at once. The formation was in chaos and cracks had already appeared. Naturally, Xin Tianwen was anxious. When Qin Xiaotian saw that the battle was going on for a long time, he was also unwilling to continue to consume energy. Inwardly, he also intended to retreat. After the two of them bombarded each other a few times, they retreated with tacit understanding and returned to the formation. After the head chief returned to the formation, he heard about Qin Wushuang's monstrous battle situation and also became interested in the graceful spiritual bow. After he took it, he sensed it slightly and his expression also froze. He initiated the power of his divine soul to deal with the murderous intentions of the graceful spiritual bow. After a while, the head chief opened his eyes and handed over the graceful spiritual bow with a bitter smile. Wushuang, the presence of this graceful spiritual bow has not been completely developed. However, even in this case, at most I can only be on par with it. Its spiritual presence cannot be tamed. I am afraid I cannot control it. With a long sigh, he returned the graceful spiritual bow to Qin Wushuang and encouraged him. It's all right, for such a divine object, perhaps it is at the heavenly supreme Tao stage and has its own spirituality. It might not be a bad thing for it to be dead set on you. Qin Wushuang nodded and took it seriously. Qin Xiaotian said with joy, Wushuang killed a dozen warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Certainly it will cause cracks to appear in their party. Let's take a break for now and observe the changes. If Xin Tianwen cannot think of a good way, he will lose all his prestige. As long as those sects are disloyal, it will be easy to deal with the Qin clan. Initially, people of the Qin clan were more or less worried when they saw a dozen Supreme Tao elite warriors pressuring the border. Now when they saw the development of the battle situation, they were more confident about the future of the Qin clan. With such an exceptional successor as Qin Wushuang, as long as the Qin clan could make it through this pass, they would certainly have a bright future. Beneath the aspiring throne mountain, the 6 major sects of the Heavenly Emperor party retreated for 1,000 miles and set up camp. Xin Tianwen flew into a rage and roared, "You advance prematurely and do not talk about tactics, no organization. A young disciple came out from the rear and you realized it late. Do you still deserve the title of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates?" It was no wonder that Xin Tianwen was furious. For such a low-level mistake, it was simply childish to the extreme. If they had not underestimated the enemy and thought the Qin clan was already a turtle in a jar, how could they have been this careless? The Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect were still all right. For the other 3 neutral sects, they truly felt they had no place to complain. This time, they suffered disastrous losses. Each of them lost 2 or 3 at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Almost all the strongest elite warriors beneath the Supreme Tao stage had died in this battle. Those 7 or 8 at the peak of the common mysterious stage that did not die were from the Heavenly Emperor Gate and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. This caused those 3 neutral sects to feel incredibly resentful. They had no grudge with the Qin clan, yet they were dragged into the water. Now, not only did they suffer disastrous losses, the Qin clan even spoke ruthlessly that they were going to annihilate their entire sect. The power of the Qin clan could be seen from the head chief and that devilish young man. Thinking up to this point, the 3 great sects could not help but have thoughts of retreating. Xin Tianwen swept across them with a cold gaze. "In the next round, I will break the defenses. You guys watch from the back. 4 mere defenses. Why would a dozen people need to make a move together?" After he finished speaking, he flapped the Heavenly Emperor wings and transformed into a long rainbow to shoot to the top of the aspiring throne mountain. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 717. Indeed, Shin Tianwen's strength was superior. No wonder he was the Heavenly Emperor. As the long rainbow flew behind him, in a moment, he arrived before the defenses of the aspiring throne mountain. Shin Tianwen flapped his Heavenly Emperor wings and waved the slaughtering sword with all his might. Instantly, a burst of light of judgment slashed down like a waterfall. The light surged, and the dazzling light suddenly expanded, forming a huge explosive ripple, rippling out in circles. The ripples of the defenses also kept shattering and gushed out in all directions. Boom! Boom! Endless sounds of air exploding could be heard, and the entire restriction was completely destroyed. Shin Tianwen raised the slaughtering sword and flapped his Heavenly Emperor wings. With awe-inspiring divine power, he shouted, "Qin Xiaotian, today, I will let you know that before the genuine divine six weapons, your defenses are nothing." After he finished speaking, Shin Tianwen spread his wings and two more weapons gushed out from his back. They were a giant axe and a giant hammer. Shin Tianwen kept making hand gestures. Suddenly, bursts of mysterious golden words overflowed from the center of his palm. These golden words kept overlaying each other and congealing into a human figure. In fact, it was imitating Shin Tianwen's figure. These two golden human figures jumped up together and each grabbed a genuine divine six weapons. With surging lights, they flew towards the next defense. Shin Tianwen laughed proudly. "Qin Xiaotian, let me see how long your Qin clan can hold out." In the midst of his words, the two golden human figures already waved the genuine divine six weapons and started to destroy the next defense. For the Qin clan, initially when they saw the Heavenly Emperor party retreat, they let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, when they saw Shin Tianwen return, they were all shocked. When they saw his unpredictable methods, they were even more shocked. "Head Chief, what kind of method is this?" Qin Chongyang was also somewhat stunned as he watched. Qin Xiaotian gave a cold sneer. "This is Shin Tianwen's congealing golden light clone. For elite warriors at the genuine Supreme Tao stage, their divine soul is incredibly powerful. If they have the secret technique to control clones, they can use the divine light to congeal clones. They only need a touch of divine soul to control this clone. However, the fighting power of this divine light clone is incomparable to that of the original body. Even if he could not be compared to Shin Tianwen's original self, certainly the clone of a genuine Supreme Tao elite warrior would be incredibly powerful. Plus, with the assistance of the genuine divine six weapons, there was great hope to destroy the defenses of the Qin clan. Strange lights flashed in Qin Xiaotian's eyes. While he was in deep thought, with a rumbling sound, another barrier was opened by Shin Tianwen. One after another, 3 layers of the defenses of the Qin clan were opened. Although they were all external defenses, it already caused a giant crack to appear on the defensive circle of the Qin clan. The depth and thickness of the defense had been greatly reduced. With a profound gaze, Qin Xiaotian made up his mind all of a sudden. "Everyone, for ordinary defenses, even those at the core area, I am afraid they can only stop Shin Tianwen for 10 days to half a month. The 8 Desolation 6 Directions Mountain Protecting Grand Formation must be activated. You guys take charge here. I'll go activate the Mountain Protecting Grand Formation." After Qin Xiaotian finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared like a wisp of green smoke. If it was just Shin Tianwen calling for a fight alone, certainly Qin Xiaotian would not activate the 8 Desolation 6 Directions Mountain Protecting Grand Formation. The most terrifying part was that there was a group of a dozen Supreme Tao elite warriors behind Shin Tianwen. If this group of people worked together to break the formation, their attack and destructive power would even surpass Shin Tianwen's power alone. Once these dozen Supreme Tao elite warriors were allowed to charge into the upright morality hall, the Qin clan would not be able to resist. With the difference of absolute power, they were destined to fail if they fought head-on. Shin Tianwen commanded the divine light clone. Adding his own power, he started to destroy the next barrier. Clearly, the deeper one went into the Qin clan's defenses, the more difficult it would be. After Shin Tianwen had broken through the barriers, he also encountered some trouble. Before the third barrier, Shin Tianwen could not break it in a short period of time. However, clearly the attack power of the genuine divine six weapons was not just for show. While Xin Tianwen bombarded it, he provoked and mocked, Qin Xiaotian, didn't the Qin clan always claim to be proud and unyielding? Why are you acting like a coward at this time? Could it be that the strength of the Qin clan is all for show? If I don't break this barrier, I will face the sacrificial valley directly. Those dead people of the Qin clan are all buried here, right? Ha ha, if I raise this place to the ground and expose those remains for 3 years, it will certainly be interesting, right? Xin Tianwen's tone was full of resentment. It made each of the Qin clan blush with anger. They only wanted to roll up their sleeves and risk their lives to fight Xin Tianwen. It was a small matter to kill disciples of the Qin clan. Once the sacrificial valley was invaded by foreign enemies, to the disciples of the Qin clan, even 100 deaths would not make up for it. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. Indeed, this Xin clan was a ruthless figure, for they did not speak of principles. Such an opponent was like a wolf or a tiger and was the most difficult to deal with. As he watched Xin Tianwen's arrogant appearance, Qin Wushuang truly wanted to charge out and kill this guy. Only he knew clearly that only the head chief could match the power of this Xin Tianwen. Even if he had the graceful spiritual bow, he could not reach that level. Xin Tianwen charged at the barrier madly. Once, twice, finally, a trace of loosening appeared on the barrier as traces of spiritual qi slowly dispersed. Xin Tianwen was an expert. When he saw this situation, he immediately knew that a gap had appeared. As long as the gap appeared, he would increase the power of his attacks and the speed of breaking this barrier would increase. After a long period of attack, those 2 great golden clones seemed to be somewhat tired. The golden light also gradually dimmed. When Xin Tianwen saw the situation, he made another hand gesture to support the golden light. Once again, the 2 golden clones were full of vigor. The persistence of this golden light consumed Xin Tianwen's own divine power. As long as Xin Tianwen's supreme Tao power could support it, he could make them work hard. The gap gradually grew bigger. Initially, the spiritual qi that dispersed was only the size of the eye of a needle. Along with Xin Tianwen's continuous attacks, the gap grew bigger. From the size of a finger, to the size of a wrist, until now, there was already a gap as thick as a water bucket. As soon as such gap appeared, it meant that this barrier was in imminent danger. Each person of the Qin clan was burning with anxiety. They clenched their fists tightly and their breathing also became rapid. With bloodshot eyes, each of their faces were filled with anxiety. The head chief should be about to activate the mountain protecting formation, right? 2 chiefs, how come there is still no news? Should we contact the head chief? Yes, let's remind the head chief, time waits for no one. At most, that Xin Tianwen will break this barrier in 15 minutes and approach the sacrificial valley directly. Qin Chongyang shouted, stop talking. The head chief is in charge of strategizing, how could he not know the situation? Since the mountain protecting formation is called a mountain protecting formation and is the trump card of the Qin clan, how could it be extraordinary? How could it be activated so easily? If we inform the head chief now, we will only disturb his mind. We must not. Qin Wushuang also agreed. Yes, now is not the time to disturb the head chief. At this moment, suddenly Xin Tianwen roared with laughter. Break for me. He waved the slaughtering sword with full force and his entire body seemed to have become one with this sword. With this astonishing slash, it directly caused lightning to flash and thunder to roll in all 4 directions. Explosions of air continued. The impact wave formed by the gigantic explosion spread out in all directions. Boom, boom. Another restriction had been broken. Xin Tianwen unfolded the heavenly emperor wings and let out roaring laughter. Holding the slaughtering sword, he charged towards the direction of the sacrificial valley with awe-inspiring divine power. At the same time, he roared, let's dig out the skeletons of those dead people at the sacrificial valley. It will be extremely interesting. As he spoke, he already transformed into meteoric light and dashed towards the sacrificial valley. Instantly, everyone of the Qin clan was stupefied and revealed an incredibly unsightly expression. Since this Xin Tianwen had gone to the sacrificial valley, the place where all generations of heroic souls of the Qin clan were resting would certainly be destroyed by him. Once the sacrificial valley was destroyed, all disciples of the Qin clan would become eternal sinners of the Qin clan. In the world of martial artists, in a world where the concept of clans was extremely strong, ancestors and inheritance meant everything. If the sacrificial valley was destroyed and the heroic souls of the Qin clan could not rest in peace, it would definitely be an extraordinary shame for the Qin clan. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a calamity. No, we must go protect him. We must not let that guy destroy the sacrificial valley. Honored warrior Ji Song was the first one to cry out. If the heroic souls of the Qin clan are disturbed, even if we die, we will have no face to see our ancestors in the underworld. We would rather die than sit and watch. Go, fight it out with him. In the worst case, we can explode our primordial spirit and aim to injure him. We can also buy time for the head chief. Honored warrior Ji Yang also cried out. At this moment, suddenly Shin Tianwen's voice let out a sharp cry. Next, an angry long roar emerged. Shin Tianwen's figure retreated rapidly from the direction of the sacrificial valley. On one side of his insufferably arrogant heavenly emperor wings, a gigantic wound had appeared. On the side of the sacrificial valley, a burst of purple light soared to the sky as if vividly, lightning and fire were spitting out. Shin Tianwen's long roar was filled with ruthlessness. Qin Xiaotian, what method do you have to hurt me secretly? Today, I will let you go. Tomorrow I will come to break your mountain gate and slaughter your entire clan. A roar filled with ruthlessness resonated across the entire aspiring throne mountain. Each of the Qin clansmen beamed with joy. Could it be the mountain protecting formation was activated successfully? Even Qin Wushuang felt relieved inwardly. Judging from the way Shin Tianwen left in a hurry, he must have been injured by some unknown attack. Or else, the grand and honorable heavenly emperor would never have lost his self-control. Shin Tianwen escaped. The head chief has succeeded. Yes, the great formation must have been activated. Ha ha. Chem. No, take his life while he is sick. Since Shin Tianwen is injured, why didn't the head chief go after him? This is the best time to deal with Shin Tianwen. Qin Chongyang also felt it was strange. However, he knew that for such a wise person as the head chief to not go after Shin Tianwen, certainly there must be some inside information. He said to Qin Yunran, "Second, I will go see the head chief." Qin Wushuang volunteered, "I will also go take a look." Both of them ran towards the direction of the head chief. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 718. Inside a mysterious formation, Qin Xiaotian leaned against a stone slab weakly. His forehead was full of sweat. Although he was an elite warrior at the genuine Supreme Tao stage, he seemed like a sickly man at this moment. When he saw Qin Wushuang and Qin Chongyang coming, the corner of his mouth twitched as he revealed a bitter smile. Indeed, this great formation is tyrannical. More haste, less speed. I pursued its activation speed too much and activated it forcefully, causing great damage to my vitality. This is also a form of punishment for my previous mistake in predicting the enemy. If I had activated this mountain protecting formation earlier and had enough time, I would not have consumed my vitality like this. Initially, this 8 desolation and 6 directions mountain protecting formation was a supreme formation that gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. To activate this formation, one must at least be at the 8th transformation Supreme Tao stage. Initially, with Qin Xiaotian's strength at the genuine Supreme Tao stage, it would not have been a problem to activate this formation calmly and with enough time. However, as Shin Tianwen's attack was too urgent, it forced Qin Xiaotian to race against time. Because he pursued the activation speed too much, it caused Qin Xiaotian to consume his vitality abnormally. Thus, the current scene was created. You must find it strange that when that Shin Tianwen was injured, why did I not chase after him, right? Qin Xiaotian gave a bitter smile and gave a long sigh. Head chief, are you all right? Qin Chongyang asked with a concerned look. His eyes were full of concern. Qin Xiaotian waved his hand. This is just excessive consumption. Give me a month and I will be able to recover completely. When Xin Tianwen left with injuries, without a month, I will not recover. However, even if he recovers, it would be useless. Even if he could activate the genuine divine 6 weapons in one breath, he would not be able to break this mountain-protecting formation. This formation is called the 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation. There are 8 desolations on the outside and 6 directions on the inside. Once activated, all the spiritual eyes of the formation will absorb the spiritual qi from all parts of the aspiring throne mountain and supply it continuously to support this formation, Qin Xiaotian explained. Because of this formation is exceptional. It's because this formation secretly contains the concept of nature and merged with the natural terrain. The aspiring throne mountain is one of the places with the most abundant spiritual qi in the Xian Yuan Mound. The endless spiritual qi ensures that this formation is indestructible. Unless an extremely powerful totem elite warrior comes, this formation will never be broken. Qin Xiaotian was very confident in this array formation. This allowed Qin Chongyang to put down the giant stone in his heart. He gave a light sigh. A moment ago, the entire clan was truly frightened. Each of them wanted to stop Xin Tianwen with their own bodies. Qin Xiaotian said proudly, "How could I watch Xin Tianwen strut around without doing anything?" When this Xin Tianwen charged into the sacrificial valley, that place truly corresponds to the thunder gate of the outer 8 desolate lands. He triggered the heavenly thunder and lightning and injured the heavenly emperor wings. Ha ha, serves him right. It's a pity that it's not ruthless enough. It would be perfect if it killed him directly. There was a trace of regret in Qin Xiaotian's tone. Qin Wushuang laughed. I think the heavens want to test our Qin clan and not let that Xin Tianwen die easily. Since this Xin Tianwen could not break the mountain-protecting formation, certainly his prestige would fall greatly. Once cracks appeared in the alliance of the 6 families, as time passed, there would definitely be major conflicts. As long as their alliance is dissolved, it will be the day for the Qin to counterattack. Heavenly Emperor Gate, so what? 16 years later, it's hard to say who will be the head of the family. Qin Xiaotian laughed. That's right, I need your optimistic attitude. All right, Chongyang, Yunran, for this month, I will be in solitary training to recover. If it's fast, it'll take a month, if it's slow, it'll take 2 months before I come out. During this time, Xin Tianwen will not be overly arrogant. After the 8 Desolates and 6 Directions formation is activated, not even a fly can fly in. You should also supervise the training of those 4 honored warriors. Tell them to seize the time and refine the Supreme Dao fruit. Strive to break into the Supreme Dao stage as soon as possible. Yes. Indeed, as the head chief expected, Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen was injured. Beneath the aspiring throne mountain, he spent a full month to completely recover from his injuries. When Xin Tianwen's second attack was thwarted, he calmed down instead. He thought to himself, when the Heavenly Emperor Gate gathered the 6 major sects to besiege the Qin clan, we could not break it. Investigating the reason, although it's due to the powerful Qin clan, it's also because the Heavenly Emperor Gate underestimated the enemy too much. There are still 16 years until the Heavenly Emperor election. I refuse to believe that we cannot take down the Qin clan in these 16 years. No rush, we must not rush. We must take it slow, we must not fall for the evil tricks of the Qin clan. That Qin clan is full of tricks. On that day, I don't know what kind of defenses were set up, but a flash of lightning hacked it open silently. If I didn't have the protection of the Heavenly Emperor wings, I would have suffered severe injuries. Xin Tianwen was also reflecting. This month of healing allowed him to have a much clearer head. Gradually, he woke up from that fanatical and confident mood. A clear-headed Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen would definitely be more terrifying than an enraged Xin Tianwen. After summoning all Supreme Dao elite warriors, Xin Tianwen swept away his previous aura and said with an indifferent tone, "Everyone, although we did not get off to a good start, the fault does not lie with you. It's because I miscalculated the enemy. For this third battle, I will still take the lead and you will follow behind. When I break all the defenses of the Qin clan, you will all swarm up and kill your way into the upright morality hall. You will form an iron bucket formation and not even a fly will be let go. Yes. When all the Supreme Tao elite warriors saw that the Heavenly Emperor had acted out of character and admitted his mistake with a humble attitude, they felt greatly satisfied. Even those 3 neutral sects were in a slightly better mood. In fact, these 3 neutral sects were also helpless. They could only brace themselves and hold on. At this point, they had no other choice. If they retreated now and allowed the Qin clan to recover, certainly they would not let them go. Only by continuing to persevere and annihilating the Qin clan in a spurt of energy could they ensure that the Qin clan would not seek revenge on them. This was called having no other choice. It was impossible to get off the tiger. Everyone, follow me. Kill the Qin clan and kill your way into the upright morality hall. Everyone will get a share of the Qin clan's resources and treasures. Xin Tianwen gave an encouraging sound and unfolded the Heavenly Emperor wings. Once again, he dashed towards the top of the aspiring throne mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen Supreme Tao lights also rose from the ground and followed Xin Tianwen's footsteps closely. Thinking of how they could get a share of everything from the Qin clan by breaking through it, many sects became lively. If they could get some benefits from the Qin clan, they could definitely make up for their previous losses. The Qin clan was a sect that had been passed down for tens and thousands of years. It was even more ancient than the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan. Immediately, the blood of the leaders of these major sects boiled. They wanted to follow Xin Tianwen and kill their way into the Qin clan. After setting up the formation, Xin Tianwen flapped the Heavenly Emperor wings and inserted the slaughtering sword on his back. With a pull of his hand, a bow and arrow appeared. This bow was called the God-killing bow. Xin Tianwen roared with laughter. Qin Xiaotian, this time, let me see what tricks you can use. The most powerful God-killing bow and arrow of the genuine divine 6 weapons will break your defenses with ease. After he finished speaking, Xin Tianwen already activated his body and kept accelerating. The Heavenly Emperor wings followed the wind and stirred the airflow to strengthen the power. His speed kept increasing. Open. When the speed reached its maximum, the god-slaying bow stretched out into a full moon. Continuous arrows were shot out, instantly forming a combined attack circle. It shot out a huge black hole in the void, creating a powerful spatial depression. The attack directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! The power that could destroy the heaven and earth crashed towards the defenses of the Qin clan. Something unexpected happened to Xin Tianwen. This attack wave seemed to have crashed into a giant invisible iron board. With a rumbling sound, the speed of the depression stopped abruptly. The powerful explosion sound seemed to lift up the entire aspiring throne mountain. Boom! The power shot out by the god-killing bow was completely blocked. However, the defenses of the Qin clan remained unscathed. It could even be described as not moving in the slightest. Xin Tianwen was dumbstruck, for he could not believe the scene before his eyes. He looked at the god-killing bow in his hand with astonishment. It was the god-killing bow, one of the genuine divine 6 weapons. When he shot out this god-killing bow and arrow, he also unleashed 100% of its power. There was no possibility of failure. However, his full power attack that he accumulated power for had such a result. Accident, it was definitely an accident. It was an accident that Xin Tianwen could not accept. How could this be? Xin Tianwen was stunned on the spot. Inside the Qin clan, there were thunderous cheers. Qin Yunran roared with laughter. Indeed, the head chief said that the front side is the Qian Gate. It symbolizes the masculine qi of the heavenly Tao and is indestructible. This Xin Tianwen is using strength against strength. It's impossible for him to break the Qian Gate. Ha ha. Indeed, the 8 desolates and 6 directions formation is exceptional. Yes, too powerful. Ha ha, Xin Tianwen is dumbstruck. Honored warrior Ji Song also roared with laughter. Qin Chongyang said happily, "All right, honored warriors, you must speed up to refine the supreme Tao fruit. Time waits for no one." The head sect master activated this great array in order to buy time for everyone. Although this formation is powerful, it comes at the cost of sacrificing the spiritual qi of the aspiring throne mountain. When this formation operates for a day, It's equivalent to the spiritual qi consumed by all disciples of the Qin clan for a year. Even the head chief is not sure whether the spiritual qi of the aspiring throne mountain can guarantee the operation of this defying formation for 16 years. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt apprehensive. Especially those 4 great honored warriors, all of them nodded. Qin Taichong also laughed. Junior brother Wu Shuang, you and I should also hurry and train. Especially you must work harder. I am waiting for you to unleash your divine power. Qin Wu Shuang laughed, yet his mood was somewhat heavy. If this mountain-protecting formation consumed spiritual qi like this, to the Qin clan, it would indeed be a move of harming oneself while harming the enemy. It would be at the cost of emptying the spiritual qi of the aspiring throne mountain. Xin Tianwen was flustered and exasperated. For half a month, he thought of all ways to break the formation each day. In the end, he could not find any strategy to break the formation. Although he was flustered and exasperated, Xin Tianwen knew that for this matter, it seems he must find Sir Xian Yuan Wei. Or else, with his power, in the end he could not break the mountain-protecting formation of the Qin clan. Not to mention breaking the formation, he could not even understand the profound principles of this formation. Xin Tianwen was eager to destroy the Qin clan. After he finished deploying the formation, he once again escaped towards the totem secret zone quietly. He must get some help from Sir Wei to ensure the complete defeat of the Qin clan. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 719. Inside the totem secret zone, Xin Tianwen revisited this old place. His mood was completely different than the first time he came. The last time he came, Xin Tianwen was in high and vigorous spirits. He felt that it would be as easy as flipping his hand to destroy the Qin clan. Now, after he experienced what kind of difficult bone the Qin clan was, Xin Tianwen's mentality also underwent a subtle change. It was not because his confidence had suffered a setback, but because he had become more steady and practical. Xin Tianwen calmed down and knew that he could not take down the Qin clan. It was not because he was useless, nor was it because Qin Xiaotian was more powerful than him. The only reason was the tens and thousands of years of inheritance of the Qin clan. In terms of the mountain protection formation at the Qin clan's level, it was pardonable that Xin Tianwen could not take it down. After all, it was an inheritance of tens and thousands of years. It was normal for them to pass down some powerful things. Still at that little courtyard planted in the bamboo forest, Xin Tianwen stopped outside the wooden door. Inside, that thick and strong guy stood up from a bamboo chair. He carried a light smile on the corner of his mouth. Xin Tianwen, I knew you would come back. Xin Tianwen revealed some astonishment on his face. Sir Wei, you guessed my intentions? No, I don't even need to guess. When you left for the first time, I knew this day would come. Therefore, is there a need to guess your intentions? Don't look at how Xian Yuan Wei appeared to be crude, he was meticulous. Xin Tianwen would not dare to play any little tricks before the totem elite warrior as he bowed to the ground. Please give me some pointers. Xian Yuan Wei threw away the axe from his hand casually with his thick palm and said, the first time you came, you were full of confidence as if taking down the Qin clan would be as easy as blowing off dust. At that time, I knew that you were going to get snubbed at the Qin clan. However, for such matter, if I don't let you experience it, certainly you will not accept it. How about it? What problems have you encountered? Xin Tianwen felt extremely ashamed as he gave a long sigh. At that time, indeed I lost my head and underestimated the power of the Qin clan. Please give me some pointers. Give me pointers. Sir Wei revealed a light smile. Let's speak it directly. The totem powerhouses will never get involved in the conflicts between the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This is the agreement between the totem powerhouses and the rule passed down since the immemorial times. Unless the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates betrays the Xian Yuan Mound, or even threatens the existence of the Xian Yuan Mound, the totem clan must not interfere. A trace of disappointment flashed across Xin Tianwen's face. If the totem elite warriors could not step out, it would be an almost impossible task to break the Qin clan's formation. Initially, Xin Tianwen still hoped that since this Sir Wei was determined to get the graceful spiritual bow, he should have given him some help. Xian Yuan Wei shot a glance at Xin Tianwen and asked again, "Tell me everything that happened to you at the Qin clan." Xin Tianwen could not ask for anything better. At the moment, he talked about the battle with the Qin clan in detail. Especially when he talked about how Qin Wushuang used the graceful spiritual bow to attack from the rear and killed a dozen warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage, he embellished the story even more. Clearly, Xin Tianwen wanted to deliberately highlight the graceful spiritual bow. How could Xian Yuan Wei not know about Xin Tianwen's little scheme? He revealed an indifferent smile and did not mind. When Xin Tianwen finished speaking, Xian Yuan Mound nodded lightly. 8 Desolation and 6 Directions Formation. Xin Tianwen, you should feel fortunate. If you did not enter the genuine Supreme Dao stage, that move could have killed you directly and not just injured the Heavenly Emperor wings. Xin Tianwen was astonished. It's this powerful. Xian Yuan Wei rolled his eyes. That formation is the greatest trump card of the Qin clan. 4 generations of Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Qin clan, if they could not pass the Supreme Dao calamity, they would merge their divine soul into the formation. This formation has condensed many divine souls of the Qin clan for tens and thousands of years. Do you think that you can break in at will with your power alone? After all, Xian Yuan Wei was a totem elite warrior and was knowledgeable. Naturally, it was not strange for him to speak of the 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation. He had seen through the profound theory in one sentence. After Xin Tianwen heard this, he was greatly astonished inwardly. Now, he knew how lucky he was. Sir Wei, for this formation, unless you are a totem elite warrior, you can never break it. Xin Tianwen adjusted his breathing deeply and asked while worrying about personal gains and losses. For all the formations in the world, there is no such thing as unbreakable. What is the profound theory of the 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation? It relies on the terrain and can absorb the spiritual qi of the aspiring throne mountain to provide the formation with endless spiritual qi. Think about it, under normal circumstances, how do you think you will win if you fight against the spiritual qi of the entire aspiring throne mountain with your power alone? Xin Tianwen gave a long sigh. You will lose for sure. That's right, even the strongest totem elite warrior will lose for sure. However, the key to breaking the formation is not to meet force with force. It's to see through the profound theory of the formation. Profound theory of the formation? Xin Tianwen raised his brow. The profound theory of this formation is the transportation channel of the spiritual qi. If you can find the spiritual qi transportation channel of this 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation and destroy it, this formation will break on its own. When Xian Yuan Wei said this, a ruthless smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. He said leisurely, "Of course, I can only give you these hints. As for how to operate it, I cannot make a move. Or else, it would be against the rules." Xin Tianwen remained silent. Find the transportation channel of the spiritual qi? This matter sounded simple. However, for a sect like the Qin clan, certainly it would not be easy for people to find the spiritual qi passage when they made such a formation. You must be out of your mind, right? Xian Yuan Wei waved his hand and flicked his sleeve. Suddenly, a burst of earthy yellow light flew out. This is a supreme Dao weapon I refined in the recent few thousand years. It's called Nirvana Heavenly Plow. This object can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground in the time of a breath. It's the most practical tool for detecting and destroying the spiritual qi of the ley lines. Now that I am giving you this object, how will you repay me? Xin Tianwen was overjoyed as he took it. He said with great joy, "If you can break the mountain-protecting formation of the Qin clan, I will give you the graceful spiritual bow with both hand." A ruthless smile emerged from the corner of Xian Yuan Wei's mouth. "Remember, I refined this object in private, no one knows. Therefore, when you take this object to break the mountain-protecting formation of the Qin clan, no one will know it's me. If you still cannot break the Qin clan in this trip, then don't come again. Or else, the next time you come empty-handed, it will be the day of your death. Xin Tianwen shuddered with fear and trepidation. As he looked at Xian Yuan Wei's expression, certainly he was not joking. He put away the Nirvana heavenly plow and said with a trembling voice, I will use all my power to break the Qin clan. The next time I come, I will definitely bring the graceful spiritual bow and not disappoint Sir Wei. Xian Yuan Wei waved his hand. Go. Xin Tianwen did not dare to linger. He gave a bow and turned to leave. When he left the totem secret zone, Xin Tianwen urged the heavenly emperor wings and rushed towards the direction of the aspiring throne mountain at his fastest speed. This time, he came out quietly. If the Qin clan learned that Qin Xiaotian had launched a desperate counterattack, with his power at the genuine Supreme Dao stage, certainly he could throw the heavenly emperor party into chaos. Therefore, Xin Tianwen knew that he must return quickly. Fortunately, the Qin clan did not learn the news of Xin Tianwen's departure. Additionally, it seemed that the Qin clan planned to defend to the death. When they saw Xin Tianwen return, the heavenly emperor party had a great boost of morale. They went up to welcome him. Your Majesty, how did it go? Xin Tianwen laughed. Are there any movements from the Qin clan? Your Majesty, it seems the Qin clan is determined to defend to the death. There are no movements at all. Xin Tianwen said with a cold sneer, Qin Xiaotian is stalling for time to let the Qin people refine the supreme Dao fruit. How could I not know? How could I let this wishful thinking work? Your Majesty, you already have a way to break the Qin clan. Xin Tianwen laughed leisurely. If I don't break the Qin clan, I swear I am not human. Everyone was overjoyed and for a time, they kept flattering him. Xin Tianwen said, pass the order, let's rest for 10 days. I will be in solitary training for a few days. The day I come out will be the day we break the Qin clan. When Xin Tianwen passed the order, instantly the response sounded like thunder. During this time, although there were small-scale victories in the great battle with the Qin clan, in the end, there were more setbacks. This had made everyone more or less doubt whether this trip could destroy the Qin clan. If they could not beat the Qin clan to death, then the revenge everyone would face would be crazy. Everyone was well aware of this point. Now, even those three neutral sects were counting on Xin Tianwen to truly have a way to break the Qin clan. Or else, their confidence would truly collapse. On the other hand, inside the Qin clan, they also found it strange. During this time, there was not the slightest movement from the Heavenly Emperor party. It was as if they had retreated and there were no movements. Clearly, everyone knew that the Heavenly Emperor Gate's intention to destroy the Qin clan would not be extinguished. The more the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not attack, it proved that they were brewing a new scheme. Although the mountain-protecting formation of the Qin clan was almost defying the natural order, such bitter defense situation still produced a tremendous test to the mentality of the Qin people. Third, what do you think that Xin Tianwen is doing? With his personality, certainly he would not let it go, right? Qin Yunran was also full of doubts. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Just as the head chief said, we are coping with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Regardless of how the Heavenly Emperor Gate makes their moves, we will protect the mountain-protecting formation and everything will be stable for the Qin clan. Unless the elite warriors of the Totem clan intervene, or else, with Xin Tianwen's power, he will never break the Qin clan's mountain-protecting formation. That's the case, yet since Xin Tianwen has not made a move, I feel that this guy is up to something. Qin Chongyang laughed. They like to stall for time. It's exactly what the Qin clan is happy to see. It's best to drag it out for 3 or 5 years. Surely cracks will appear in their alliance and it will fall apart. By that time, the Qin clan will counterattack and defeat the Heavenly Emperor Gate. In the Heavenly Emperor election in 16 years, we can subdue them without a fight. At this moment, suddenly the voice of the head chief emerged. Yunran, Chongyang, come here. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang exchanged a glance and nodded. They walked towards the solitary training place where the head chief was. When the three chiefs gathered, Qin Xiaotian said, You too, with Xin Tianwen's ferocious personality, certainly he will not let it go. You must be mentally prepared for a tough battle. That Xin Tianwen is the current heavenly emperor and is qualified to communicate with the totem clan. I am still worried that Xin Tianwen can extend his hands to the totem clan. If the totem clan interferes, even if they make some random moves, it's enough to make the Qin clan suffer greatly. Totem elite warriors? Both of them were greatly surprised. If the totem elite warriors interfered, then the Qin clan would be in great trouble. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 720. Revealing a grave expression, Qin Xiaotian nodded with a sigh. Normally, with the 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation, the Qin clan could sit back and relax. However, when I was in solitary training these few days, I always felt somewhat restless. With my strength at the genuine Supreme Dao stage, vividly, I can already perceive a trace of the subtle nature of the heavenly law. Initially, I could have achieved the state of having no distractions other than myself. However, in these few days, this restless feeling is getting stronger. Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran exchanged a glance and both felt a burst of restlessness. If the omnipotent head chief said this, it proved that there were changes to this situation, and it was not a small change. Head chief, could it be that this crisis is changing repeatedly? Qin Chongyang probed to ask. Qin Xiaotian gave a slight sigh. I cannot calculate how this change came about, but I am sure that there will be changes. The Qin clan cannot sit and wait for death, we must make some arrangements. Arrangements? Qin Yunran said with a bitter smile. Head chief, we have used all our trump cards, what other arrangements are there? You too, this arrangement is no longer a tactical arrangement, but a strategic choice. I am prepared to plan for both scenarios. Once the crisis of the Qin clan worsens, we will think of a way to send out a few of our most elite disciples. Head chief, the situation is this serious? Qin Xiaotian said seriously, this matter has already surpassed my estimation. Most likely, it will not develop to this step. However, this is the worst plan. I must consider it as a possibility. Qin Chongyang nodded silently. Inwardly, he also knew that if the totem clan got involved, then the development of this matter would not be predicted by anyone in the Qin clan. To plan for the worst was to prepare for a rainy day. In case the Qin clan was unfortunately breached, they could preserve a trace of their bloodline and preserve some memories. Head chief, a strategic shift is a feasible move. For the young generation disciples, if they stay at the sect, the possibility of transforming into instant combat power would not be great. We can move them out. However, this strategic shift also carries risks. In case the mountain gate of the Qin clan is not in danger, it would be safer for them to stay at the sect. If they move, they would face the danger of being chased. Qin Chongyang spoke of the trace of secret worry in his heart. His considerations were not wrong. After all, this was the worst-case scenario, but it might not necessarily happen. Strategic shift, if they were discovered by the Sky Emperor's camp when they went out and hunted them down, with the cultivation base of the young disciples, it would definitely not be any good fruit to eat. Like lightning, Qin Xiaotian shot out a burst of vital lights. You too, let me ask you, among the Qin clansmen of the same generation as you, how many have similar talent as you? About 7 or 8. Qin Chongyang said. How many have survived until now and cultivated to the divine Dao realm? Qin Xiaotian asked with a sharp tone. It's just me and second sect master Yunran. Speaking of this, Qin Chongyang suddenly understood something. His eyes lit up. Head chief, what do you mean? That's right. A house sparrow can fly here and there under the eaves. In the end, it can't soar into the sky and face the wind and snow. The goshawk, on the other hand, was tempered in the wind and rain, forgetting about life and death. Only then could it become the king of birds. You have also seen the potential of the younger generation of the Qin clan. There are a few with good potential. However, for those with mature temperament and can assume personal responsibility, besides Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong, who else could it be? Qin Xiaotian's rhetorical question made the two great chiefs speechless. After a moment of contemplation, they also felt the words of the two chiefs were reasonable. Across the younger generation of the Qin clan, besides Qin Wushuang who was in the limelight and Qin Taichong who was rather impressive, for the other disciples, only Qin Jining could be counted as a piece of unpolished jade waiting to be developed. For the other few, although they had good potential, whether they could achieve the Supreme Dao realm or not would be a huge question mark. After all, the Supreme Dao fruit did not appear often. Such fortuitous opportunity would be hard to encounter in 1,000 years. The 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant of the Karakoram immortal clan was only held once every 10,000 years. For such probability, the chance of encountering it was almost negligible. Qin Yunran said, "Head chief, in this case, let's pick a few. Wushuang and Taichong will certainly leave. For the rest, it will be up to them." "No, for Wushuang and Taichong, let them choose." Qin Xiaotian shook his head. "For this matter, we will not force them." Qin Chongyang felt it was reasonable. Only by making their own choices, they would have no regrets. "Then for this matter, should we inform the entire clan?" "Of course, or else, if they disappear for no reason, the clan's mind will change," Qin Xiaotian said. "All right, head chief, I will go prepare now." Qin Chongyang stood up. "Go." While they were speaking, suddenly Qin Xiaotian's expression changed slightly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "He's here." "Who?" "Xin Tianwen." There was a trace of coldness in Qin Xiaotian's tone. "This Xin Tianwen has come after such a long time, certainly he has something else to rely on. Hopefully, he will not attract totem elite warriors." While they were speaking, Xin Tianwen's arrogant long laughter came from the outside. "Qin Xiaotian, how does it feel to be a coward? I will wait before your mountain gate. Let's see how long you can endure it." As Xin Tianwen spoke these words, Qin Xiaotian's expression became even more solemn. He mumbled, "This Xin Tianwen said this deliberately, certainly he has other plans. I will go meet him." "Head chief, no need to speak. I am extremely familiar with this mountain protecting formation. I know where the life gate and the death gate are." Qin Xiaotian waved his hand and said with a light smile, "If I can lure that Xin Tianwen into the formation gate, I will not let him leave." When he said this, Qin Xiaotian stood up abruptly and walked outside in large strides. Qin Wushuang was in solitary training. He was also alarmed by Xin Tianwen's arrogant laughter as he walked out. Bao Bao and Lone walked over. "Boss, did you break through?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "How could it be this fast? However, I feel that the peak of the common mysterious stage is not too far away. Everything I'm doing now is to prepare for impacting the supreme divine Dao." Bao Bao laughed. "Good, I will wait for you to break into the supreme Dao stage. You guys must also work hard." Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh and walked towards the main hall. At this moment, the main hall of the Upright Morality Hall was already filled with people of the Qin clan. Head chief went out to fight with Xin Tianwen. "Everyone, how's your progress?" The people of the Qin clan communicated with each other. The three honored warriors that had refined the Supreme Dao stage also communicated with each other. Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran were also among them. They listened to everyone's conversation quietly and did not make a sound. Outside the mountain gate, Xin Tianwen held the slaughtering sword in his hand and laughed. "Qin Xiaotian, it seems you still care about the title of a coward. What, today you came out, are you planning to surrender or fight to the death with me?" Qin Xiaotian said with a light smile, "Xin Tianwen, as the Honorable Heavenly Emperor, you have created a record by being as wretched and shameless as you. The title of the most wretched Heavenly Emperor in history belongs to you." Xin Tianwen roared with laughter. "Qin Xiaotian, you can't be thinking this can provoke me, right?" Qin Xiaotian's expression turned cold. "Stop with the nonsense, let's fight if you want." After he finished speaking, he pointed with the tip of the spear and red lights erupted from his entire body. With the guidance of the lights, instantly it burned into red clouds that filled the sky. The red clouds condensed and transformed into tens and thousands of ferocious beasts. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws to kill Xin Tianwen. Xin Tianwen roared, "Good." He slashed with the slaughtering sword and activated the Heavenly Emperor wings. Instead of retreating, he moved forward to attack Qin Xiaotian. Two figures dragged long rays of light. Like the resplendent stars in the Milky Way, they danced in disorder and engaged in battle. The entire sky seemed to be turning upside down. These two great elite warriors were indeed the strongest existences besides the totem elite warriors in the Shen Yuan Mound. For this battle, they exerted all their strength and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it was difficult to determine the victor. The sun rose and set. After 3 days and 3 nights, these two seemed to not know fatigue. They were still full of vigor and were in the mood to kill. Initially, Xin Tianwen intended to wear Qin Xiaotian down. However, after 3 days of fighting, he had to admit that in terms of individual strength, this Qin Xiaotian would not lose to the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Xiaotian, hold on. Xin Tianwen waved the Heavenly Emperor wings and fled to the high sky. A long rainbow pierced through the sky and flew away. Qin Xiaotian also had the thought of withdrawing his troops. He lifted his spear and did not chase after him. As he fixed his gaze on the trajectory of Xin Tianwen's departure, he did not feel the slightest joy. When he turned around to return to the formation, he saw that all the Qin clansmen had already gathered at the upright morality hall. Head Chief. Welcome, Head Chief. Qin Xiaotian waved his hand. Everyone, Xin Tianwen has come to challenge me. It's completely different than when he first came to the aspiring Throne Mountain. I suspect there's a trick in this. However, since the Qin clan has already used our trump card, we can only deal with all changes. Head Chief, everyone is here, Qin Chongyang reminded him. All right, sit down, I will speak, Qin Xiaotian said with a solemn tone. Everyone returned to their seats according to his words. Qin Xiaotian said, everyone, previously, Xin Tianwen was already at his wits' end. Before my mountain protecting formation, he was at his wits' end. Recently, since he has made a comeback, certainly he will reveal some trump card. With the trump card of the Xin clan, certainly they cannot do anything to the Qin clan. However, I am worried that this matter might involve the Totem clan. Therefore, the Qin clan must prepare for the worst. Totem clan? When he said these words, the complexion of all the Qin clansmen had become abnormally unsightly. Qin Xiaotian gave a long sigh. That's right, it's the Totem clan. In any case, this Xin Tianwen is the current Heavenly Emperor. It's unknown if he could get some good strategies to break the formation from the Totem clan. Therefore, the Qin clan must make some plans. Instantly, Qin Xiaotian spoke of his plan and said slowly, this strategic shift is only limited to the younger generation. For now, it will not form combat power. However, the future will be considerable and it's where the hope of the Qin clan lies. However, I will say the ugly words first, a strategic shift might not be the most ideal choice. It's because what I'm doing is only planning for the worst, it might not happen. There are risks to hiding inside the mountain gate, but it's also possible that it's absolutely safe. If we shift, most likely we will be free and unfettered, but the risk will not be small. Additionally, we are carrying a mission. As for how to choose, you should think about it yourselves. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. He knew that in the end, the head chief had taken this move into consideration. Indeed, a strategic shift would be the wisest choice under the worst situation. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 721. A group of young disciples remained silent. They looked at each other for clearly, they wanted to see the choice of their companions. As for the exalted ones and elders, their expressions were calm. Indeed, the strategic shift would not be related to them. They were already old and far less malleable than the young people. The strategic shift would only involve a small number of people, it would be impossible for all of them to retreat. Most importantly, they had been baptized by the concept of the Qin clan for a long time. Their sense of loyalty to the Qin clan had never allowed them to consider the thought of abandoning the Qin clan. Everyone, you must think clearly. I am not asking you to move so that you can drag out an ignoble existence, but in case the Qin clan encounters the worst situation, you must endure the humiliation and shoulder the heavy responsibility. You must carry the inheritance of the Qin clan and work hard for the revival of the Qin clan. Qin Xiaotian said slowly, of course, this is only the worst-case scenario. Think about it yourselves. As soon as you go out, the Heavenly Emperor party will chase after you like wolves and tigers. Once they set their eyes on you, it will be a situation where you have a slim chance of survival. You should know this well. Qin Taichong was the first to express his opinion. Head chief, although it will be full of danger, if I can contribute to the Qin clan, I am willing to bear the brunt. All right, Taichong, you are one. Qin Wushuang was not the first to speak. It was not because he did not want to go, but because he was considering other matters. While he was hesitating, Qin Taichong said, Junior brother Wushuang, could it be you are hesitating? Qin Wushuang revealed a smile. Senior brother Taichong, how could I dare to fall behind? If you are willing, of course I will accompany you. Qin Xiaotian shook his head. No, when you go out, you must go separately. You must not act separately. Or else, in case you get chased, most likely you will all be annihilated. Since they could not go together, many eager young disciples instantly became hesitant. Initially, they wanted to volunteer themselves, yet most of them extinguished this impulse. It was better to stay at the mountain gate. Regardless of the future of the sect, it would be better to follow the mountain gate through life and death than to wander outside and become a lonely ghost. Usually, there would be risks on both sides. For ordinary people, certainly they would choose the more comfortable option. It would be to stay at the mountain gate and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Qin Jining stood out. I am also willing to go. Disciple Qin Hao is also willing. Qin Shaohong was originally somewhat hesitant, but when he saw everyone volunteering so bravely, the blood in his heart surged, and he stood out. This disciple is also willing to go out and take a look. After Qin Shaohong stood out, no one from the other younger generation stood out anymore. 5. The corners of Qin Xiaotian's mouth curled into a smile as he said indifferently, 5. It's not much, but it's not little either. This number was enough. Is there anyone else willing to go? After a long while, no other disciples stepped forward. Qin Xiaotian said, all right, then it's the 5 of you. I can make myself clear now. When Qin Xiaotian said this, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Earlier, there were some small traps in my words to test you. The probability of being discovered was very low. Therefore, as long as you're careful, you won't be hunted down under normal circumstances. That is, unless you mess things up yourselves. Upon hearing this, the young disciples wore strange expressions on their faces. As it turned out, the great sect leader had said that it was so dangerous just to test him. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, vividly, they felt somewhat ashamed. It was no wonder that the great sect leader was testing them. If he didn't say it was so dangerous, how could he test who was truly willing to go out? For such a great task of carrying the inheritance of the Qin clan, one must have a firm temperament and be fearless of life and death. If one could not even see through life and death, clearly they would not be the most suitable person to complete this great task. Qin Wushuang secretly admired the great sect leader's move. Qin Xiaotian said again, of course, I only said that the probability of being discovered is low. In fact, there are still risks. When Xin Tianwen attacked the Qin clan, he suffered a great loss at Wushuang's hands. Certainly he will pay attention to placing spies everywhere. Therefore, I am afraid there are spies within 100,000 miles of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Therefore, even if you can leave the aspiring throne mountain, it does not mean you'll be safe. Only when you leave the Heavenly Emperor Mountain completely will you be safe. Under such circumstances, it's certainly impossible to retreat on a large scale. When retreating on a large scale, for sure it would cause movements due to the large number of people. Once they were discovered, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, such retreat could only be carried out one by one in a small area. All right, you 5, get ready. When Xin Tianwen makes his next move, I will send you out of the aspiring throne mountain through the secret transportation formation. While they were talking, suddenly Xin Tianwen's proud long whistle came from the outside. Qin Xiaotian, your Qin clan's great mountain protection formation relies on the endless spiritual qi from the aspiring throne mountain. If I were to cut off all of these channels, would this spell formation become a useless spell formation? What do you say? Like a sharp knife, Xin Tianwen's words stimulated Qin Xiaotian's chest ruthlessly. A burst of sharp golden lights flashed across Qin Xiaotian's eyes and instantly murderous intentions burned fiercely. Again, Xin Tianwen's piercing voice sounded, 8 Desolation 6 Directions Mountain Protection Formation, TSK. It does sound arrogant. However, since I know the profoundness of your formation, watch how I break it. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at Qin Xiaotian with astonishment. Qin Xiaotian said lightly, don't be in a rush. This spiritual qi passage had a total of 14 paths. Each path was abnormally powerful and followed the power of the heaven and earth. Also, it was extremely hidden. Not to mention the fact that it would be difficult for Xin Tianwen to find it. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to penetrate it with his power. Even if he activates all the genuine divine 6 weapons, without 8 or 10 years, it would be impossible for him to break all the spiritual sources. Initially, this Xin Tianwen crashed into the tremor gate and was almost struck to death by lightning. How come he suddenly knows the profoundness of the formation? There must be something fishy going on. There were some doubts and uneasiness in Qin Chongyang's tone. Qin Xiaotian gave a long sigh. No need to guess. Certainly there must be a totem elite warrior helping in secret. Unless it's a totem elite warrior, it's impossible for him to know the profoundness of the Qin clan's mountain protection formation. Indeed, traces of a totem elite warrior had appeared. This made the people of the Qin clan feel a burst of resentment. A totem elite warrior was helping the Xin clan? This was too unreasonable. Qin Xiaotian slowly swept across everyone's face and said lightly, certainly you will feel it's unfair and angry, but it's useless. In this world, whoever is the strongest will be the king. If the totem elite warrior wants to interfere, besides rising to resist, it's useless to complain and curse. Each person of the Qin clan was filled with righteous indignation as they kept nodding. We are willing to follow the head chief to death. We will fight for the clan, even if we die, we will not regret it. Fight. Even if the totem clan wants to destroy the Qin clan, we must fight to the end. When Qin Xiaotian saw the fighting spirit of the Qin clan had increased greatly, he felt somewhat gratified. He waved his hand and said, all right, it's useless for everyone to denounce here. Go and train wholeheartedly. Only by becoming strong ourselves, the Qin clan will have the chance to turn the tables. Since it's possible for the totem elite warrior to step out, the Qin clan will not sit and wait for death. Wu Shuang, Tai Chong, you 5 come here. Yes. The 5 disciples stood in the first row. Get ready and leave immediately. I want you to head to the other forbidden spiritual zones after leaving the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and ask for help from the other totem clans. If the Shen Yuan clan is truly suspected to have made a move, the other totem clans will not sit and watch. The totem clans will not interfere with secular conflicts, it's always been this way. Tell me where you are willing to go. Qin Wushuang said, I am willing to go to the Endless Eastern Sea. The Endless Eastern Sea was the most vast and mysterious forbidden spiritual zone among the 5 great forbidden zones. Since Qin Wushuang had spoken to designate the Endless Eastern Sea, naturally no one would fight for it. Qin Hao scratched his head. I have been to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, let me go. Qin Jining said, I have been to the border of the extreme north snow zone, I am willing to go there. Qin Xiaotian laughed. Great, Tai Chong, Xiaohong, you 2 can go to the Heavenly Fire southern border. There are 2 major totem clans at the southern border. You will each go 1. Yes. At the Heavenly Fire southern border, there are the Fire God Zhurong clan and the Fire Emperor Shenong clan. They all sealed themselves as totem clans. For this matter, the elite warriors of the young generation had also heard about it. For this trip, not all of you will succeed. However, for the survival of the Qin clan, even if there is a glimmer of hope, You must fight for it. Qin Xiaotian gave a light sigh. As he looked at the 5 young people who were full of vigor, he also sighed endlessly. Unexpectedly, the Qin clan had walked to this step. At this moment, suddenly the entire upright morality hall trembled slightly. Qin Xiaotian's expression changed slightly. After he counted with his fingers for a moment, his complexion changed abruptly. With a flash, he dashed towards the southeast direction. On the southeast formation map, there was a giant formation platform that was as smooth as a bright mirror. Qin Xiaotian poured in his divine power and a burst of light flashed from that platform. It had covered the entire formation image of this corner. Like a vicious beast that traveled underground, a burst of earthy yellow light shuttled back and forth underground at a rapid speed. It was as if a vicious beast that chose people to devour was hunting prey. This light traveled at a rapid speed and seemed to be searching for something underground. What is this? Qin Chongyang could not refrain himself from asking. It must be Xin Tianwen's trump card. This light should be a divine weapon. From the looks of it, it should be a divine weapon that can search underground. This Xin Tianwen must be searching for the spiritual source of the formation. Seeing that this object is full of intelligence, he must have something to rely on. Don't blame that Xin Tianwen for daring to boast like that. Qin Xiaotian revealed an incredibly unsightly expression as he swore in a low voice. If the transmission channel of the spiritual qi could be found this easily, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Qin clan. It's already close to the transmission channel of the 8 desolate sun gate. Indeed, this spiritual object has the ability to search. Qin Xiaotian swore, Xin Tianwen would not have such a defying object. It must be a totem elite warrior, it must have been given to him by the totem elite warrior. Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran also looked at each other with a bitter smile. Could it be that the heavens were truly testing the Qin clan? How could there be so many continuous waves of calamity? When Qin Wushuang saw the expression of the head chief, he also knew the severity of the situation. For the time being, he did not know what to say. Vividly, he felt that perhaps this matter had truly involved the totem clan. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 722. Qin Xiaotian no longer hesitated as he shouted, Wushuang, Taichong, Xiaohong, Jining and Qin Hao, what do you 5 need to prepare? I will give you 1 hour, prepare quickly and gather here. Qin Taichong and the others no longer hesitated as they all went. When they saw Qin Wushuang standing at the scene, Qin Xiaotian could not refrain from asking, Wushuang, don't you have anything to prepare? Qin Wushuang shook his head. I only have one wish, I want to take Miss Mu Rong with me. Wushuang, do you know what kind of heavy responsibility you bear when you leave this time? Qin Xiaotian asked with an indifferent tone. Yes, Wushuang, at this moment, you must not let your emotions affect your decisions. To you, taking Miss Mu Rong will be inconvenient for you to carry out your tasks. Qin Wushuang shook his head. Please grant my wish, I will not take Miss Mu Rong with me to take the risk, I will put her in a safe place. Qin Xiaotian gave a long sigh. In this case, it's all right. To break into the Supreme Tao stage, you must not have any inner demons. If this Miss Mu Rong becomes your inner demon, in the end it will not be a good thing. For this matter, I approve. Thank you for granting my wish, head chief. Qin Xiaotian waved his hand. Go and let Miss Mu Rong prepare. In 1 hour, I will send you guys out of the aspiring throne mountain. After Qin Wushuang left, Qin Chongyang revealed a worried expression. Head chief, it seems the imposing manner of this yellow light is extraordinary, it must be a totem object. I am afraid it will not be easy for the Qin clan to pass this pass. Qin Xiaotian gave a slight sneer. Not necessarily, I am only worried that Xin Tianwen has other trump cards. If it's just this totem object, it will not be enough to destroy the Qin clan completely. For this object to break my 8 desolation and 6 directions formation, without a few years, it will not be done. What about a totem elite warrior? For a single totem elite warrior to come, unless it's Shen Yuan Yang, the head chief of the Shen Yuan clan. Or else, even for other Shen Yuan elite warriors, they will need to use some brainpower to break this formation. Qin Chongyang said, I still feel it's impossible for the Shen Yuan clan to step out. After all, the Qin clan has never lost respect for the Shen Yuan clan. We also have thorough etiquette. For the Shen Yuan clan, it's impossible for them to kill the Qin clan for no reason. I'm afraid that the Shen Yuan elite has secretly given some help to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Millimeter, no matter what, this formation must not be broken. Chongyang, Yunran, listen carefully. If this thing destroys my formation quickly, I will choose to sacrifice the power of my spirit and try to seal it. This item has no owner, and no totem elite warrior is controlling it personally. Perhaps my soul power can achieve the effect of sealing it. However, this way, my divine soul will suffer great injuries. Next, it will be difficult for me to fight for the Qin clan. You two will be responsible for this great undertaking of protecting the Qin clan. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang looked at each other. They were both shocked. The big master spoke calmly, but how could they not hear the solemn and stirring meaning behind his words? The head sect master's actions showed that if he did not succeed, he would die trying. Qin Xiaotian said in a ghastly tone, I presume all of you are aware that once the soul is activated to seal it, it will be injured at best, and it will be shattered to death at worst. Head sect master, you don't need to say anything. Although I am a few thousand years older than you, it's fate that I am able to be the chief of the Qin clan at the Supreme Dao stage. To fight for the Qin clan, regardless of life or death, when I was still a 3 feet young child, I already understood this. Therefore, even if I die because of this, you don't need to be sad. You only need to take over my great responsibility and pass down the spirit of the Qin clan. Believe me, the Qin clan will not be destroyed. Qin Xiaotian gave a light sigh as if he was whispering. However, within this whisper, it revealed Qin Xiaotian's boundless expression and blessing to the Qin clan. It also revealed Qin Xiaotian's unhurried spirit of going forward despite facing millions of people. If he did not fear death, how could he be confused? Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang were both elite warriors of the Supreme Dao stage. Currently, they were controlled by a form of indescribable emotion. Inwardly, a surge of violent waves kept surging. If even the head sect master spoke this way, then the Qin clan was truly encountering an unprecedented crisis. Indeed, the interference of the totem clan was a predicament the Qin clan had never encountered before. The difficulty of such predicament did not lie in the immediate crisis, but in the unpredictable future. Just how terrifying the disaster brought by the interference of the totem clan would be, even the head sect master could not predict it. Just as they were feeling sad, footsteps came from outside the door. The 3 sect leaders simultaneously withdrew their dignified expressions and regained their composure. Qin Wushuang and Murong Shu had already arrived first. Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast also arrived. Not long after, the other 4 also arrived one after another. It only took a quarter of an hour from start to finish. Qin Xiaotian nodded and said, I will not speak any more superfluous words. If the Qin clan is not destroyed, in 16 years, the mountain gate of the aspiring throne mountain will still be open to welcome you back. If the Qin clan encounters a great calamity, you must endure the humiliation and shoulder the heavy burden. You must pass on the legacy of the Qin clan. As long as one of you is alive, the legacy of the Qin clan will not be cut off, understand? Yes. Qin Xiaotian said again, remember, in these 16 years, you must not use the communication jade plate to contact the headquarters of the Qin clan. You must also not contact each other. It's because with Xin Tianwen's power, he can lock onto your position through the subtle senses of the communication jade plate. As for the communication between you guys, initially it does not matter much. However, if one of you gets caught, once you contact each other, it's possible that your position will be locked onto. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to contact each other. Of course, for this matter, you can make your own decision. When it's safe, how to judge and act according to circumstances, All of these will depend on your own understanding. Do you all understand? Qin Wushuang and the others all nodded. Yes. Follow me. Qin Xiaotian did not speak any more superfluous words as he led the 5 of them to walk towards the back mountain behind the upright morality hall. After a few twists and turns, they finally arrived at a hidden deep underground cave. Qin Xiaotian pointed to a transportation stone formation and said, "This formation can send you to a hidden valley outside the aspiring throne mountain. Each time, at most 4 people can be transported. You will be transported in batches." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Then please go ahead, I will bring up the rear." Qin Wushuang, Murong-shu, plus 2 spiritual beasts, it was also 4 people. Qin Taichong and the others shook hands with Qin Wushuang and agreed to meet again in 16 years. When they parted ways, it seemed as if there was a stone pressing on their hearts. After Qin Taichong and the others left through transportation, Qin Xiaotian said with a smile after a little more than an hour, "Great, for the first group, we did not encounter any problems. Wushuang, are you ready?" Qin Wushuang nodded. "Head Chief, I am ready." Wushuang, to Taichong and the others, "I did not say much. To you, I must say, take care. The rise and fall of the Qin clan will surely depend on you." Qin Wushuang said seriously, "Head Chief, you should also take care. I will not disappoint you." When the stone formation was activated, Wushuang and Murong-shu were wrapped in lights and also entered the transportation channel. With the sound of the wind whistling in their ears, in a moment, when they opened their eyes, they had already arrived outside a mountain valley. Now, Qin Taichong and the others had already gone far away. They did not wait for Qin Wushuang at the same place. Qin Wushuang observed the terrain and covered the surrounding with his spiritual perception. When he did not detect any abnormal situation, he said to Murong-shu, "Shu-er, I am going to the endless eastern sea. Are you willing to come with me or return to the floating snow house?" Murong-shu said with determination, "I will follow you in life and death." Qin Wushuang nodded. "All right, Bao Bao, Lone, come here and look at this map. This is the Judge Mountain Prefecture. This is the Crest Mountain. You and I are familiar with this place. Keep walking this way. At a rather hidden place, there is a mountain shaped like a tortoise. It's called the Tortoise King Mountain. Wait for me there. There is a mountain cave at the Tortoise King Mountain. As for the exact route, I have already marked it." "Boss, what do you mean?" Bao Bao blinked his eyes and was somewhat confused. "Are you not coming with us?" Qin Wushuang looked at the southeast corner coldly and said with a determined tone, "If I leave like this, I will feel unreconciled and unhappy." Murong-shu's delicate body trembled slightly as she revealed an astonished expression. She was an exceptionally smart girl and of course, she had guessed Qin Wushuang's intention. "Brother Qin, are you going to attack the Heavenly Emperor Gate?" Qin Wushuang looked at Murong-shu with a determined gaze. "Shu-er, will you stop me?" Endless tenderness flashed in Murong-shu's eyes. Inwardly, she was extremely unwilling, yet in the end she did not show it. Instead, she said, "Brother Qin, I like your decisive personality. If you are going to do it, just do it. Regardless of what you do, I will support you." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed as he grabbed Murong-shu's soft and tender hand. "Shu-er, I promise you that I will regroup with you guys at the Tortoise King Mountain. Along the way, dress up as freelance martial artists and do not attract any attention. I will let the sealed spiritual beasts cover your rear. Besides these supreme Tao warriors at the aspiring throne mountain, not many can do anything to you guys. With the protection of the sealed spiritual beasts, it will be foolproof." Without further ado, Murong-shu, Bao Bao, and the others dressed up. Qin Wushuang took out the sealed scroll and summoned 3 perfect void martial stage and 2 ravine mysterious martial stage. In total, there were 5 spiritual beasts. After he had finished giving out instructions, he sent Murong-shu and the others out of the border. Qin Wushuang escorted them in secret. Only when they were far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain did he return quietly. When he returned to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Qin Wushuang's entire body was like a sharp blade that was filled with sharpness and murderous intentions. Along the way back, Qin Wushuang did not do anything as he immersed himself in the control of the graceful spiritual bow. Recently, Qin Wushuang discovered that indeed, this graceful spiritual bow was filled with mysteries. Each time he conversed with the graceful spiritual bow, he could sense a form of indescribable murderous intentions. The presence within the murderous intent also kept shaping Qin Wushuang's personality and sharpening Qin Wushuang's temperament. Vividly, Qin Wushuang found a form of compatibility with the graceful spiritual bow. When he held the graceful spiritual bow in his hand, Qin Wushuang even felt as if he was the ruler of the world. Inwardly, the surge of murderous intentions surged like a broken dam. Kill, kill, kill. He would kill to his heart's content at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. When the Heavenly Emperor Gate attacked the Qin clan, could it be that I, Qin Wushuang, could not attack the Heavenly Emperor Gate? With the graceful spiritual bow, besides Xin Tianwen, Qin Wushuang felt that he would not care about anyone else at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Therefore, a bold idea emerged from his mind. He decided to kill his way to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Even if he could not change the battle situation, he would dampen the spirit of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. During the day tomorrow, there will be a power cut at Old Bull's area. The update will only come at night. If you come early, Old Bull will also update at 4. Wushuang needs to vent his anger. Tomorrow's chapter should be somewhat interesting. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 723. The Heavenly Emperor Gate was located on the southeast side of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In terms of luck, it was indeed the most prosperous existence. However, the Heavenly Emperor Gate had committed many unjust acts. Usually, an unstable peak would be the beginning of a downhill slope. This time, the location where Qin Wushuang and the others were transported out was the most desolate and most hidden deep valley of the aspiring throne mountain. Surrounded by clouds and mist, even the Heavenly Emperor party did not notice it. Just as Qin Xiaotian had guessed, the Heavenly Emperor Gate had set up spies across the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If it were not for Qin Wushuang's quick-wittedness, Murongshu and the others' disguise, plus they did not have the temperament of a disciple of the Qin clan, they were able to sneak out. Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to make a move. He was waiting. He planned to wait for half a month. In this half a month, it was not because Qin Wushuang did not make sufficient preparations, but for his colleagues and Murongshu. With this half a month's time, regardless of Murongshu, Qin Taichong and his fellow disciples, they were at least hundreds and thousands of miles away. When a great battle occurred at the Heavenly Emperor Gate, it would not affect them. As meticulous as hair, of course Qin Wushuang would not overlook such little details. He planned to use his spiritual perception to contact the head chief when he went to the Heavenly Emperor Gate for a massacre. He would ask him to think of a way to hold back Xin Tianwen. As long as Xin Tianwen could not get away, Qin Wushuang would have more time to carry out his plan. Once again, he took out the sealed scroll. Qin Wushuang summoned the dark mysterious snake and swallowing sky lion dragon. Now, these two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage had become Qin Wushuang's main fighters. Each time they were summoned, they knew that the chance to fight had come again. Master, another chance to practice. Swallowing Sky Lion Dragon laughed with fanaticism. You too, this battle is not ordinary. I have 3 targets, they are the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder Sect. I will go to the Heavenly Emperor Gate, you two will go to the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder Sect separately. Give it your all. Do as much damage as you can, and do as much damage as you can. When the sky-devouring lion dragon and the dark mystic snake heard that they could fight freely, their eyes flickered with a ferocious light. The unique tyrannical nature of spirit beasts was stimulated at once. Qin Wushuang spread out the map of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and said, "This is the sound of Thunder Sect, this is the Heavenly Punishing Villa. All of you are under my command. I order you to attack. The three of us will attack together." They echoed each other. This wave of attacks would have more time. However, he couldn't continue fighting. When they heard my order, they immediately retreated. "Let's split up and head towards the Tortoise King Mountain." Qin Wushuang outlined the path to the Tortoise King Mountain. "Master, when are we leaving?" the two spirit beasts asked. "Move out immediately. With your spiritual power reserves, it won't be a problem for you to last until Tortoise King Mountain. But to be on the safe side, I fixed on 3 rendezvous points along the way. If we cannot meet at these 3 rendezvous points, we will meet at the Tortoise King Mountain. If we can, we will meet at the rendezvous point. The closest rendezvous point is only 200,000 miles away from here. Remember, when you receive the order, you must retreat and do not encounter any Supreme Dao elite warriors. Now, all Supreme Dao elite warriors of each sect are at the Qin clan. You will arrange your own retreat route according to the route the Qin clan took to these 2 places. As long as you don't bump into their return route, you will never have to worry about encountering them. Understand? Okay, Master, then we will go now. Go, be careful along the way, and listen to my orders." Qin Wushuang sent away these 2 spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage and started his 15 days of solitary training again. In these 15 days, Qin Wushuang remained hidden. He studied the graceful spiritual bow and communicated with it. What made Qin Wushuang surprised was that communicating with the graceful spiritual bow could temper his primordial spirit and temper his temperament. This was an unexpected gain after he acquired the shooting sun arrows. When the Heavenly Emperor Gate launched a punitive expedition against the Qin clan, all 4 Supreme Dao elite warriors including Xin Tianwen went out. Most of the warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage below the Supreme Dao stage also followed. Currently, only one at the peak of the common mysterious stage remained to oversee the Heavenly Emperor Gate. His name was Xin Tianhong. This person was Xin Tianwen's junior brother and also a think tank at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. His ability to give advice was outstanding. Among the warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage, he was also the one with the most hope to comprehend and become a god. Xin Tianwen allowed Xin Tianhong to oversee the Heavenly Emperor Gate. It was apparent how much he trusted him. Naturally, he also intended to create a training environment for him. It would allow him to have the opportunity to enter the Supreme Dao stage before the Heavenly Emperor election in 16 years. Xin Tianhong's assistants were 4 elders at the Ravine Mysterious stage. Elder Tianhong, I just received news from the Qin clan. The Heavenly Emperor has unleashed great divine power and is close to breaking the first pass of the Qin clan's mountain protection formation, one of the elders said with a smile. Xin Tianhong was in a great mood as he revealed a wise and far-sighted smile. Great, with this speed, we can expect to break through the Qin clan in 3 years. Everyone should also train hard. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, you and I can achieve breakthroughs, Xin Tianhong encouraged them. Elder Tianhong, you should have gained a great harvest from your Supreme Dao comprehension, right? You are not far from the Supreme Dao stage, right? One of the elders asked with a flattering smile. However, Xin Tianhong did not reveal a proud expression. With a calm expression, he said with an indifferent smile, I am still 1 step away. However, I am confident that before the Heavenly Emperor election, I will successfully enter the Supreme Dao stage. Congratulations, Elder Tianhong, haha, by that time, we should call you Chief Tianhong. When one entered the Supreme Dao stage, they would automatically be promoted to Chief. This was the universal rule of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. Our Xin clan is still the most powerful. We are not as useless as the Qin clan, they only know how to rely on that Supreme Dao fruit. If you have the skill, why don't you use your own strength to break into the Supreme Dao stage and show us? This was the typical sour grapes mentality. Xin Tianhong waved his hand. Everyone is only contributing to the Xin clan, the titles are all empty. Now, Besides strengthening our training, we must look after the mountain gate. Don't worry about this. Now the Qin clan cannot even protect themselves. Could they threaten the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Besides, the defenses of the Heavenly Emperor Gate are not to be trifled with. That elder from earlier was full of confidence. Xin Tianhong nodded and asked again, "Is there any movement from the Yun clan?" This time, the Yun clan has made up their mind. There is not the slightest movement. Ha ha, the Yun clan is truly stupid. With the irresistible trend, they do not know how to make a choice. What are they playing at? When the Heavenly Emperor Gate annihilates the Qin clan, we will settle the accounts with them. A trace of strange light flashed across Xin Tianhong's eyes. For these matters, we must not criticize carelessly. By the way, how is the situation at the Heavenly Pole Cave? Ha ha, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor, His Highness has returned to the peak of the common mysterious stage. When he comprehends the Supreme Tao stage, His Majesty will reconstruct his body. Yes, remember, you must serve His Highness well. While they were talking, suddenly a figure flashed from outside the door. Xin Tianhong and the others could not refrain from standing up. Your Highness. Outside the door, Xin Wuji, who was dressed in white, walked in slowly. Of course, the appearance of this Xin Wuji was still that Ruo Ping fairy. Although he had used many methods to disguise his appearance, he could change his appearance into a more masculine one. However, he could not change the 2 lumps on his chest. This made Xin Wuji appear extremely comical. Although Xin Tianhong and the other elders felt this situation was extremely strange, they showed a respectful expression and did not dare to reveal the slightest smile to avoid angering His Highness's fragile heart. Elder Tianhong, how is the punitive expedition to the Qin clan going? Xin Wuji hated the Qin clan to the bone and was extremely concerned about this matter. Your Highness, everything is going smoothly. Xin Tianhong introduced the latest situation in detail. A trace of murderous intention flashed across Xin Wuji's face. It was rich and eerie. Good. On the day we break the Qin clan, I hope father can capture that Qin Wushuang. I must serve him well. When the words serve combined with his current strange appearance, the few elders found it funny inwardly. However, they did not dare to reveal the slightest smile. Elder Tianhong, this time when I leave the Celestial Pole Cave, I need to prepare a few sets of medicine. You can take care of it for me. I will not return to the Celestial Pole Cave for now. I will return when you are done with the preparations. A few prescriptions were handed over, and one of the elders respectfully received them. 20 days had passed. Qin Wushuang had been wandering before the mountain gate of the Heavenly Emperor Gate for 3 or 4 days. He knew that the surrounding area of the Heavenly Emperor Gate must be filled with spies. Therefore, his current goal was to catch one of them. On this day, Qin Wushuang finally got what he wanted. He used the divine venomous puppet technique and successfully controlled a patrolling disciple of the Xin clan. Qin Wushuang took this patrolling disciple to a remote place. Naturally, the disciple of the Xin clan whose mind was controlled by the divine venomous insect could not resist at all. It was also exceptionally easy for Qin Wushuang to interrogate him. From the mouth of this puppet, Qin Wushuang learned that an elder called Xin Tianhong was in charge of the Xin clan. This elder was the one at the peak of the common mysterious stage, the one with the most hope to break into the Supreme Tao stage in a short period. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor kept him to take charge of the general situation. Besides him, there were 4 at the peak of the profound mysterious stage. Although these 5 possessed powerful strength, to Qin Wushuang, the strength of the people left behind to guard the Xin clan was secondary. He was more concerned about the defenses of the mountain gate of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. With the prestige of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, it was impossible for the mountain gate to be completely unguarded. Regardless of how confident the Xin clan was, certainly they would open the defenses of the mountain gate. Although Qin Wushuang was confident, he could not guarantee that he could ignore the defenses of the Heavenly Emperor Gate and enter or leave as he pleased. Therefore, he must ensure that he understood the distribution of these defenses completely. The defenses of the Heavenly Emperor Gate are divided into 3 layers. Currently, Elder Tianle, Elder Tianyu, and Elder Tianhong are in charge of these defenses. Elder Tianhong is personally in charge of the best layer of defenses. Unless you are a disciple of the sect, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to pass through the defenses. The words of this puppet allowed Qin Wushuang to have some ideas. A plan gradually formed in his mind. To attack the Heavenly Emperor Gate, I must give them an additional surprise. If I don't leave them a profound lesson, how can I make the Heavenly Emperor Gate feel the pain? Qin Wushuang thought fiercely. He stood up and looked at the location of the Heavenly Emperor Gate with even colder eyes. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 724. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Elder Tianhong was in solitary training when he suddenly received a message through spiritual perception. It was from one of the patrol leaders on the outside. Elder Tianhong, someone in my team discovered something unexpected. It seems they saw a spiritual beast of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage appearing at the mountain gate. Elder Tianhong's gaze turned cold. A spiritual beast of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage? Instantly, his mind became active. Although the Shen Yuan Mound was a forbidden spiritual zone, it was not the active territory of the beast clans. Divine beasts could almost be said to be extinct. Even spiritual beasts at the perfect void martial stage were rare in the Shen Yuan Mound, not to mention one at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Who discovered it? Elder Tianhong asked. Wuchou discovered it. After a moment of silence, Elder Tianhong knew that this Shin Wuchou was a core disciple of the Shin clan. Indeed, he had been assigned a patrol mission. Bring him into the Divine Palace. Elder Tianhong stood up and there were traces of fervent lights in his eyes. If he could capture a spiritual beast of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, to the Shin clan, it would definitely be an immeasurable wealth. It was because for this spiritual beast of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, as long as it trained properly, it would definitely have hope to enter the Supreme Tao stage. For a spiritual beast of the Supreme Tao, its combat power would definitely be stronger than human Supreme Tao warriors of the same level. Therefore, Elder Tianhong could not refrain from having some thoughts. If I could take that spiritual beast as a contract spiritual beast, it would be the same as having another combat partner. In the future, it would definitely be a great help. Inside the Divine Palace, Elder Tianhong and the other 4 Ravine Mysterious Elders were all present. The patrolling protectors brought Shin Wuchou to the door of the Divine Palace. Wuchou, it's an honor to meet the 5 elders, Shin Wuchou said carefully. Wuchou, quickly tell us everything you've seen and heard, Elder Tianhong said lightly. Elder Tianhong, it's like this. At that time, I was patrolling the patrol area. After walking for a while, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure scuttling out from the forest near a pile of crushed stones. That spiritual beast saw me instantly. Just when I was about to call my colleagues, this spiritual beast seemed to be on guard and dived into the forest. After that, I did not see any traces of it. Oh! Elder Tianhong's gaze moved. Do you still remember that area? Disciple naturally remembers. However, that spirit beast's cultivation was clearly much stronger than Disciple's. Thus, Disciple did not dare to approach it. Shin Tianhong said with a low voice, let's go take a look. He turned to look at the other 4 elders and said, the 4 of you, that place is not far from my sect. A spiritual beast at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage is extraordinary. If we can tame it, it would definitely be a great benefit to the Shin clan. Elder Tianhong, you are the one in charge here. We brothers will listen to you. All right, let's go take a look together. Of course, Shin Tianhong would not suspect that the disciples of his own sect would lie about military information. Now, everything in the Heavenly Monarch Gate was as usual. There were countless disciples patrolling inside and outside, and there was no need to worry about enemies sneaking in. Wuchou, lead the way, Shin Tianhong said lightly. The group left the temple like a whirlwind. Under Shin Wuchou's lead, they walked towards that place. Elder Tianhong did not want to make a big fuss. Therefore, other than the 5 great elders, There were only 6 people, including the patrolling guardian and Xin Wuchou. Not long after Elder Tianhong and the others had left, Xin Wuji came to the temple again. However, he could not help but feel somewhat strange when he did not see the shadow of Elder Tianhong and the others. He immediately found Elder Tianhong's personal servant. After asking, he learned that Elder Tianhong had gone out. Xin Wuji's expression turned cold. Inwardly, he felt a burst of inexplicable fear. Xin Wuji's spiritual perception was abnormally powerful. Plus, with the tempering of his primordial spirit from the coagulate spirit genuine soulbook, in fact it was close to the supreme divine soul of an elite warrior of the supreme Tao stage. Because the power of this primordial spirit was close to the power of the divine soul, it allowed him to leave his body last time and escape with his life. Now, when such throbbing appeared in his divine soul, in terms of intuition, nothing good would happen. Spiritual beast at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage? Xin Wuji mumbled, before my heavenly emperor gate. Since when did a spiritual beast at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage appear? When he thought here, he asked with a lightning-like gaze, who brought the information? It's senior brother Wuchou. Xin Wuchou? Xin Wuji mumbled to himself. Although he felt something was wrong inwardly, he could not determine what was wrong. Xin Wuji would never allow himself to have doubts. With a flash, he also drifted out of the mountain gate. Only the core of the Heavenly Emperor Gate knew about the news of Xin Wuji coming back from the dead. Xin Wuji was also unwilling to expose himself. Therefore, he avoided all eyes and ears of the Xin clan. At this moment, when Elder Tianhong and the others went out, the 3 elders who were in charge of the defenses of the mountain gate were among them. Therefore, the defenses of the mountain gate were temporarily open. On the other hand, Elder Tianhong and the others had arrived outside the mountain gate. In a moment, they arrived before that cluster of dense forest mentioned by Xin Wuchou. Elder Tianhong, it's here. At that time, the spiritual beast scuttled out from here and scuttled back from here. It traveled at a fast speed, Xin Wuchou said carefully. All right, you continue to patrol. For now, don't spread the news. Watch your mouth, understand? Yes, I understand, Xin Wuchou answered respectfully and turned to leave. After he turned around, a strange smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. You 4, guard the 4 corners, I will go in to meet that spiritual beast. Inwardly, Elder Tianhong was also incredibly certain. Inside this dense forest, there was an indistinct wild presence. Although he did not know what kind of spiritual beast it was, it did possess the strength of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Just when the 4 elders were about to answer, suddenly a light laughter emerged from the dense forest. When this laughter appeared in this place, it was extremely abrupt. For a time, Elder Tianhong and the 4 ravine mysterious elders felt their scalp go numb. Who's there? Almost at the same time, they shouted violently. A burst of golden light shot out from the dense forest and held up a figure as if a god had descended. This person had a cold expression and emitted a burst of cold murderous intentions from his entire body. With a young yet mature face shape, one could see with one look that he had experienced endless temperament. It caused Elder Tianhong to feel apprehensive inwardly. He had slightly modified his appearance, and with the subtle change in temperament, these 5 people could not recognize him for the time being. In fact, they did not even think in the direction of the Qin clan. Xin Tianhong, Xin Tianle, Xin Tianyu. Qin Wushuang called out the names of these 5 elders as if he was familiar with them. Who are you? Xin Tianhong's gaze was gloomy and cold as he realized something was wrong. He shot a glance at the 4 elders. The one who will send you off. Qin Wushuang's voice was cold and indifferent. Suddenly, he urged the murderous intentions from his entire body. Instantly, monstrous imposing manner surged and caused the surrounding sky to darken. Humph humph, such a big tone. The group of elders sneered coldly. They were not idiots. Naturally, they could see that this young man had not entered the supreme Tao stage. To them, it was a great joke to dare to speak such boastful words without the strength of the supreme Tao stage. Stop with the nonsense, I will give you a chance, come at me together. Qin Wushuang's viper-like eyes swept across the front of these 5 people like a sharp blade. Instantly, the 5 of them felt their blood run cold. Elder Tianhong shouted, "Do you think that by using such provocation, you will make us play a one-on-one game with you?" They shot a glance at each other and the figures of the 5 people moved at the same time. 5 bursts of lights were urged and shot towards Qin Wushuang at full speed. Qin Wushuang let out a roaring laugh and suddenly, he flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings. The purple cloud yin-yang wings expanded against the wind and he dashed into the sky like a spring onion on dry land. He pulled the graceful spiritual bow and shot out 5 shooting sun arrows almost at the same time. Like shooting stars chasing after the moon, the swift and beautiful arcs pierced through the blue dome of heaven. "Go die." "What?" "It's Qin Wushuang. Retreat quickly." Continuous shouts sounded. At first, it was anger, then confusion, and in the end, fear. By the time they realized what this golden arrow meant, it was already too late. With a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, the golden lights had completely torn apart the distance of space and arrived before them directly. Whatever protective aura, whatever protective armor, at this moment, it had all become floating cloud. 5 explosions took place, shattering the flesh of the 5 elders into pieces. Not even their remains were left behind. Beneath the supreme Tao stage, there was no divine soul at all. They did not receive the same treatment as Xin Wuji, who received the Coagulate Spirit Genuine Soul Book to escape in the face of danger. Therefore, from the moment these 5 elders made their move to their death, they had lost their lives almost in the span of a breath. Qin Wushuang took back the 5 shooting sun arrows with a wave of his hand. He twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and said indifferently, "Xin Clan, Heavenly Emperor Gate, I am coming." Qin Wushuang's voice was gloomy and cold. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and pierced the blue dome of heaven like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. Using the graceful spiritual bow to open a path, he charged directly into the Heavenly Emperor Gate. At this moment, suddenly, Qin Wushuang opened his discerning eyes and saw a panicked figure before him. Sneakily, it disappeared in a flash. Qin Wushuang shouted, "If you don't want to become a target, get out." The entire body of that figure trembled and did not dare to hide anymore. She raised her hands and walked out from the thicket. Her beautiful face had lost all color and was full of panic. "Who are you?" When Qin Wushuang saw this panicked girl, he asked with a frown. I am Ruo Ping Fairy of the Amei Daoist sect. "I know you. You are Qin Wushuang of the Qin clan." "Ruo Ping Fairy?" Qin Wushuang knew that the senior sister of the Amei Daoist sect was called Ruo Ping Fairy, yet he had never seen her face to face. He had only seen Ruo Can Fairy, Ruo Tong Fairy, and Shui Ruolan. On the contrary, he had only heard the name of this Ruo Ping Fairy and had never seen her in person. Now when he saw her appearance, he could not help but feel somewhat suspicious. "You are a disciple of the Amei Daoist sect. Why have you come here?" I had a one-night stand with that Xin Wuji. Unexpectedly, he was buried at the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Therefore, I cleaned up his remains and secretly sent them to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Additionally, I have come to the Xian Yuan Mound to find you under the orders of my teacher. "Find me?" A trace of murderous intentions emerged from Qin Wushuang's eyes. "How did you recognize that I am Qin Wushuang? When you fought with Xin Wuji, I once secretly watched and recognized the graceful spiritual bow in your hand." To prove herself, Ruo Ping Fairy waved the commanding plate of the Amei Daoist sect. "This is the commanding plate of the Amei Daoist sect." Qin Wushuang shot a glance and did not suspect her. He asked with an indifferent tone, "Why are you looking for me?" "Of course it's because of junior sister Ruolan." "Junior sister Ruolan, she..." Ruo Ping Fairy stammered and did not continue speaking. "Incoming call." During the day, I used my laptop to store the code. I sent it first. Strive for the 4th update. Raw. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. His voice was like a tidal wave, covering the entire Heavenly Emperor Gate. All disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, listen up. Today, I, Qin Wushuang, am here to exterminate your Heavenly Emperor Gate. Those who stand in my way shall die. The elders in charge of the defenses were all killed. Naturally, Qin Wushuang was invincible. Wherever he went, ruins were left behind. Qin Wushuang's words were to attract the people of the Heavenly Emperor Gate to protect the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. He was not afraid of the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Gate gathering together, but he was afraid that they would scatter and run away. Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, today, watch how I destroy your Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, and your ancestral hall. Qin Wushuang had already learned about all the important strongholds of the Xin clan from Xin Wuchou. Immediately, he arrived at the ancestral hall of the Xin clan. This solemn sacrificial hall was a 9-floored pagoda. Inside it, the ranking of all the heroic spirits of the Xin clan was placed. Its significance was similar to the sacrificial valley to the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and floated above the 9-floored pagoda. He laughed, bastards of the Xin clan, today, watch how I destroy the foundation of your Xin clan. After he finished speaking, he activated the graceful spiritual bow. Like a rainbow, the shooting sun arrow transformed into a burst of meteoric light and rumbled towards the 9-floored pagoda. Boom! The thick meteoric light transformed by the shooting sun arrow crashed onto the top of the pagoda. A burst of black light opened abruptly like an umbrella and formed a sturdy defense to collide with the light of the graceful spiritual bow. Instantly, the momentum of the graceful spiritual bow was obstructed. After a pause, it still smashed onto the pagoda viciously. However, with this obstruction, the power of this arrow was clearly greatly affected. Only a small corner was blasted away. The materials used to construct this pagoda were definitely top-notch. Additionally, the building itself possessed powerful defense mechanisms. Despite this fact, it still suffered some damage from Qin Wushuang's arrow. Qin Wushuang laughed and shot 3 consecutive arrows in one smooth motion. Like 3 ferocious long dragons, they danced and circled in the sky. Boom! 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 Under the effect of the consecutive arrows, the 9-floored pagoda emitted a miserable cry. Balls of air of despair kept shooting in all directions and soared into the sky. Boom! Outside the 9-floored pagoda, bursts of spiderweb-like cracks appeared. These cracks extended all the way to the top of the pagoda. All of a sudden, this 9-floored pagoda collapsed with a loud rumble. Like a landslide, it instantly shattered into ruins. This magnificent collapse instantly stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground. Bursts of air waves surged into the sky and lifted up countless dust. Not only did Qin Wushuang not feel any pity, instead, this powerful destructive power ignited the murderous intent from his heart. He laughed wildly. Next, the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. The disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Gate had only just arrived at this 9-floored pagoda. When they saw the Xin clan's ancestral hall was destroyed, each of them was stupefied and only reacted after a while. Bursts of grief and indignation surged around the Heavenly Emperor Gate. The ancestral hall is destroyed. The ancestral hall is destroyed. Kill him. Kill this kid of the Qin clan. He gnashed his teeth in anger and let out a heart-wrenching roar that shook the heavens. Qin Wushuang remained unmoved as he killed his way to the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. This Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace was the territory the Xin clan was most proud of. It was also the core location of the Xin clan's inheritance. Qin Wushuang knew that this Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace was like the Qin clan's upright morality hall. Destroying this Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace meant destroying the inheritance of the Xin clan. Now, before the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, no less than 100 people had gathered. Each of them were elite warriors above the profound void martial stage. They formed a powerful formation and protected above the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Qin Wushuang said with an eerie smile, "Is there any Supreme Dao elite warrior at the Heavenly Emperor Gate? If there is no Supreme Dao elite warrior, today will be the day of destruction for the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Remember, the one to destroy your Xin clan is the disciple of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang. Amidst Qin Wushuang's roaring laughter, the murderous intent in his eyes increased explosively. Once again, he activated the graceful spiritual bow and shot 3 shooting sun arrows in a T-shape to form an attack circle. Boom! The hundreds of people didn't even have time to finish setting up their formation before they were swept by the golden light. They were instantly swallowed by the golden light and didn't even have time to resist. At least half of them were swept into the golden light and were directly blasted into pieces. Refreshing. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt incredibly refreshed. When this graceful spiritual bow acquired the shooting sun arrows, it could kill people at a fast speed. With its imposing manner, it could not only kill people, it could also shatter the enemy's courage and make them lose their will. It was because the power of this graceful spiritual bow was too tyrannical. It was so tyrannical that it almost made people powerless to resist. Slaughter. It was definitely a one-sided slaughter. After Qin Wushuang's 2 waves of attacks, not a single one of the guards before the divine palace remained. They were all turned into dregs. Ha ha, where are the backbone of the Xin clan? Kid, the supreme Dao elite warriors of the Xin clan have rushed back. Didn't you want to fight with the supreme Dao warriors of the Xin clan? If you have the skills, just wait. Qin Wushuang gave a long whistle. I will come and go as I please. This time, the Xin clan is lucky. The next time I come, I will destroy your entire clan. After he had finished, he did not speak a single word and directly initiated the purple cloud yin-yang wings. He dashed into the sky and disappeared. That group of elders looked at the sky where Qin Wushuang had disappeared into the distance. Stunned, they kept cursing and swearing. Stop cursing, hurry and activate the other 2 defenses. Xin Wuji's cold voice sounded from behind them. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 726. Initially, after Xin Wuji escaped with his life, he returned to the mountain gate immediately. He sent his spiritual perception to order all the elders not to show themselves and to activate the defenses of the Xin clan at full speed. If Xin Wuji didn't know the power of the graceful spiritual bow and protected the lives of these elders, most likely these backbones of the Xin clan would have all become aggrieved souls under the arrows of the graceful spiritual bow. When Qin Wushuang pierced through the sky, he could not refrain from contacting Qin Chongyang with the communication jade plate. Third Chief, please ask the head chief to restrain Xin Tianwen. Qin Wushuang talked about the news of him causing havoc at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Qin Chongyang was also slightly surprised. A trace of gratification flashed across his heart, yet he said with a profound tone, Wushuang, for now the head chief cannot go out to restrain Xin Tianwen. Why? Qin Wushuang was stunned. I don't know where Xin Tianwen got a divine weapon. It's incredibly tyrannical and can destroy the spiritual source of the Qin clan formation. Therefore, the head chief used his divine soul power to seal that divine weapon and restrain it to protect the spiritual source. Only, that divine weapon should belong to a totem elite warrior. Even with the seal of the divine soul power, it can only weaken its power, but cannot seal it completely. Qin Wushuang was violently shaken inwardly as he became stupefied. His initial joy from causing havoc at the Heavenly Emperor Gate was instantly swept away. Wushuang, don't worry, the head chief said that even if he risks his life, he will delay this divine weapon. He will strive to delay it until the 16 years are up and not let the great formation of the Qin clan be broken. Leave the Heavenly Emperor Mountain quickly. Hurry. Third Chief, you guys take care. Qin Wushuang knew that it was useless to be sad now. Instantly, he withdrew his spiritual perception and without hesitation, he informed Dark Mysterious Snake and Swallowing Sky Lion Dragon to leave. Qin Wushuang was not panicking. Even if that Xin Tianwen knew how to calculate, he would not know that Qin Wushuang was going to the Tortoise King Mountain next. As long as the escape route was not captured, Qin Wushuang was not worried at all. However, Qin Wushuang also possessed the ability of a supreme Dao expert. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and increased his speed to the fastest as he dashed towards the first agreed-upon location. If the dark mysterious snake and the sky-devouring lion dragon arrived in time, they would gather at the first location. If they didn't, they would gather at the Tortoise King Mountain. As long as they arrived at the Tortoise King Mountain and the transportation formation was activated, even if Xin Tianwen were to step out, he could only sigh helplessly. That Ruo Ping fairy was evasive and used Shui Ruolan to threaten me. She just wanted to save her own life. Since that demonic woman Miao Yun admired Ruolan so much, logically speaking, she wouldn't harm her. Today, I have important matters to attend to. After weighing the pros and cons, of course I have no time to ask about this matter. If I have time in the future, I'll go to the illusion Heavenly Lake again. As he was thinking, Qin Wushuang suddenly had a strange thought flash through his mind. He felt that something was wrong with this matter. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not figure out what was wrong. When Xin Tianwen received the news of the 5 elders being killed immediately, he was greatly astonished. Bad news kept coming one after another. Only now did he realize that his home had been raided. Additionally, the person who raided his home was Qin Wushuang. Xin Tianwen was truly enraged as he led his team back while gnashing his teeth. What welcomed him was a complete mess. There were also a pile of death lists. Although not many of those core elders had died, Xin Tianhong, his most trusted one, had died. He was the talent that had the most hope to become a supreme Dao elite warrior in the Xin clan. Xin Tianwen's heart was bleeding. Among the young disciples, there were also many casualties. Although they were not the most exceptional ones, they had definitely damaged the vitality of the Xin clan. Certainly, they would have a shortage of talents. The most fatal part was that the ancestral hall of the Xin clan was destroyed. That was the sacred place where the heroic souls of generations of the Xin clan slept. Yet, it had turned into a pile of ruins. As he looked at this pile of ruins, purple clouds erupted from Xin Tianwen's face. Suddenly, he gave a long roar to the sky. His voice shook the clouds as he roared with all his strength. It sounded as ferocious as a wild beast. Qin clan, if I don't destroy your clan, I swear I am not a human. Qin Wushuang, if I don't break your bones and scatter your ashes, how can I get rid of the hatred in my heart? Xin Tianwen's heart was dripping blood. If a few people had died, the Xin clan would not be too frustrated. However, with the destruction of the ancestral hall, without a doubt, it would become the greatest joke of the Xian Yuan Mound. At this moment, the status and dignity of the Xin clan, the pride and glory of the Heavenly Emperor Gate had all been trampled under the feet of Qin Wushuang. They had lost all their dignity. Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect also received bad news. They had almost received the same treatment and the same disaster. However, it was 2 spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage that attacked them. These 2 brutal spiritual beasts were not interested in destroying buildings. However, their brutality was not the slightest bit weak. It was because their hobby was killing people. At the same time when the Heavenly Emperor Gate was attacked, the remaining people of these 2 sects almost encountered an inhumane massacre. In less than half a day, at least 500 people died. Additionally, these vicious beasts were not picky when they killed people. They would kill anyone they saw alive. It could be said that they did not leave even a chicken or dog alive. They suffered heavy losses. The Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect. Now, everyone knew that this was the counterattack of the Qin clan, the revenge of the Qin clan. The Qin clan had said that the Qin clan would destroy all sects that participated in the Heavenly Emperor Party. It seemed that these were not empty words. If the Thousand Feather sect, the Mysterious Reform Gate, and the 100 Lane clan, these 3 originally neutral sects were somewhat lucky in the beginning, then at this moment, when they saw the misfortune of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect, they understood one principle: the Qin clan would do what they said. Additionally, It was clear that people had already escaped from the Qin clan. Especially that Qin Wushuang, everyone had witnessed his power with their own eyes. It would not be a problem for him to kill Lei Yiming, a supreme Dao elite warrior. For such figure, if he was allowed to grow for a while, when he achieved great success and entered the supreme Dao stage, certainly it would be a bloody scene when he returned. By that time, most likely even the Heavenly Emperor Gate would not be able to stop him from killing people. Thinking here, indeed everyone felt insecure. Especially those three neutral sects. Thinking about it now, the Qin clan still left some leeway and dealt with the main culprits first. If there was a next time, most likely these three powerhouses would be the ones to suffer a calamity. When the Heavenly Emperor Gate was attacked, they would have the chance to recover. The foundation of these three major sects was not as profound as the Qin clan. Once they were attacked, it would be difficult to say whether they could recover. In case their supreme Dao elite warriors were killed by the Qin clan, it would be the same as being completely removed from the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates. Thinking here, these three major sects trembled inwardly. Now, it was too late for regrets. Initially, they should not have been suppressed by the power of the Heavenly Emperor. If they had remained as neutral as the Yun clan, at least they could have united around the Yun clan when encountering a problem. With their three powerhouses and the Yun clan together, perhaps they could have fought against the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Now, they did not please either side and offended the Qin clan. Before they could even get a good word from the Heavenly Emperor, both sides were not human. Xin Tianwen was bursting with anger. Just when he was furious, Xin Wuji asked to see him. Regardless of how angry he was, Xin Tianwen did not lack patience for this precious son. After hearing Xin Wuji's narration, Xin Tianwen gave a long sigh. Hateful Tianhong, usually he is full of wisdom and schemes. At this moment, he was tricked by someone without distinguishing right from wrong. Wuji, you did well, a real man knows when to yield and when not to. You were able to get away with it before that kid, sneak back to the mountain gate to open the defenses, and protect the Heavenly Emperor Gate from getting attacked. It's also your contribution. Xin Wuji shook his head painfully. Father, inside my heart, you don't know how much pain I am in. When I saw that kid flaunting his power, I was powerless. On the contrary, I had to compromise. I can't wait to swallow his flesh and drink his blood. Wuji, no need to be troubled. I will certainly seek justice for you. Since this Qin Wushuang left the defenses of the Qin clan, I promise that he will die for sure. Father, that Qin Wushuang is as cunning as a ghost. I also let him fall into my trap. When I was feigning civility with him, I secretly planted a tracking talisman on him. He did not realize it. This tracking talisman should work for 10 days to half a month. I saw that he did not seem to return to the Qin clan. Xin Tianwen was overjoyed. After a moment of silence, he sent his spiritual perception, Tianwu, come see me quickly. Xin Tianwu immediately came before Xin Tianwen. Your Majesty, it's my pleasure to meet you. Tianwu, you and Lei Yu, take Luo Tongtian. The three of you will take Wuji to chase and kill that Qin Wushuang. You must not let him get away. Wuji planted a tracking talisman on him. Follow this tracking talisman and use your fastest speed. You must catch up to this guy before the tracking talisman loses its effect. Yes. Go and come back quickly, watch out for the graceful spiritual bow. Regardless, I must see him if he is alive, and his corpse if he is dead. Additionally, you must get that graceful spiritual bow, you must not lose it. Xin Tianwu said, rest assured, Your Majesty. That graceful spiritual bow only killed Lei Yiming by luck. Tianwu and Lei Yu are elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. How could we fall into that kid's trap? Xin Tianwen said lightly, do not underestimate the enemy, go. As he watched Xin Tianwu and the others leave, Xin Tianwen reorganized his mood and walked towards the Divine Palace. Now, Xin Tianwu, Lei Yu, and Luo Tongtian had already left. At the scene, only Xin Tianchen, Xin Tianchong, the two supreme Dao warriors of the Xin clan, as well as Yang Beifei and Yang Guinan remained. The leaders of the other three major sects were outside the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace and did not enter. Xin Tianwen frowned slightly. Where are they? Your Majesty, those three powerhouses seem to be somewhat shaken, Xin Tianchen said with a worried expression. Shaken, up to this point, do they think they still have a way out? If they withdraw now, the Qin clan will not appreciate it. How could I let them go easily? While they were speaking, the 6 supreme Dao elite warriors of the three powerhouses walked in with fear and trepidation. They arrived before Xin Tianwen directly and knelt down on the ground. Your Majesty, please let us go. Your Majesty, the three sects truly cannot afford to play anymore. Your Majesty, please let us return to our respective mountain gates. Xin Tianwen revealed an ashen expression as he shouted, "What are you doing? Withdraw. Do you think you can still withdraw? Will the Qin clan appreciate your kindness? And how could my Xin clan tolerate cowards and traitors who run away before the battle? Your Majesty, no need to speak. That Qin clan is already struggling at death's door. In 10 years, the Qin clan will surely break. You don't need to worry about the Qin clan taking revenge on you. With Tianwu and Lei Yu chasing after that Qin Wushuang, he will not escape death. He will not be able to make any big waves." Currently, Qin Wushuang was rushing towards the Tortoise King Mountain at full speed. At this moment, his mind had already flown to the 7 terminal arrays formation. What kind of fortuitous opportunities would there be at the 5th loop? To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.